Hello, hello, my scrumptious ravens. Welcome to Ravens Real Talk. If this is your first time, a very special welcome to you. Thank you all for being here. Ravens Real Talk is a talk show that I created on Twitch in which I bring topics forward that are important to me or topics that I feel should be spoken about more. And I try to use the time dedicated to the topic to create more awareness about the topic, to really dive into it, examine the different facets of the topic, and I create a healthy discussion about what the topic entails. And I do this not alone. I have scrumptious guests always alongside, between 2 to 3 people, and it's always such a wonderful time and a thought-provoking time. And ultimately, the goal from these discussions is to walk away reflecting on your life and reflecting on yourself as a person and the people in your life, and ultimately growing into a better human being, bettering your life through that self-reflection and introspection. So thank you all for being here, choosing to spend your time with all of us. I really appreciate it. We have a wonderful discussion planned for today. We're really going to be talking about some very important stuff. So a huge thank you in advance to my scrumptious guests that I will introduce you guys to real soon. Thank you so much for being here. Daddy Reynolds, hello. Thank you guys for being here once again. Y'all know the drill. As always, we start off my streams with what we are grateful for. So I'm going to start us off. I'm going to say I am grateful for good health because, man, health is so underrated. I don't think we appreciate it enough. I feel like we take it for granted a lot. And I know I do, for sure. I definitely take my health for granted. And it's days like today where I was really having a terrible headache, really bad headache. But I was eventually able to overcome it and move forward from it and wake up and start my day and have a semi-productive day. And I know that there are people out there who have chronic migraines or chronic headaches or health conditions in which they genuinely are unable to get out of bed. And it's a struggle every single moment of their lives. And I don't have those conditions. So I want to take some time and say that I'm grateful for the health that I have. And although I have my own set of health complications, they're manageable. There are so many people out there who are such an inspiration that have these very, very difficult health conditions that they're struggling with and dealing with, and they still choose to wake up every day and try to make the most of their day, or they try to do whatever they're able to. So shout out to those people who are struggling and really trying to make the most of their days, and a little gratefulness and self-love for my body, for keeping me healthy and happy and able, and to God, of course. So that is my gratefulness. And as always, you all are more than welcome to join in and tell me what you're grateful for, but there is no pressure whatsoever. Hi, Subtracticat. Welcome, guys. Grateful for a place to lay my head. No matter how tired I get, there is a place. So true. Underrated as well. Having a bed, having a place that's not war-torn or cold, or that you have a place. All right, so without further ado, I would like to dive into what some of the rules for today are. So I have general rules that I would like us all to follow so that we can have a healthy discussion. Please be kind and respectful. This is a safe and positive space. The following will not be tolerated: hurtful name calling, offensive insults, offensive word usage like "you are stupid," "you are an idiot," sexist slurs, any vulgar, offensive, or disrespectful comments, jokes about sexual assault, race, religion, or sexual orientation, any kind of bullying or harassment, and of course, no politics. I don't enjoy talking about politics. There's no need to talk about politics for a lot of the topics that I have, so please keep them out, and you have been warned. And my mods and my guests will take action if you do not comply with those requests. It was aired out of order. Oh, was it? I don't remember that. I guess I didn't care because I was so engulfed in the X-Men that I was just like, I'll take any episode. I'll watch it all. Love X-Men more than eczema. what? What's life? So further to the rules, there is specific rules that I've set out for these real talks, because we do talk about topics that are sensitive in nature. Some people might get triggered, they might get flustered, they might start sharing very personal things about their lives. And I want everyone to feel comfortable enough in this environment to share those things without being attacked or judged or made fun of or anything like that. So in addition to the channel rules, please ensure you are following these specific rules for this real talk. You are encouraged to participate in the discussion as long as your comments are not disrespectful. If you choose to participate in the discussion without having an open mind and only with the intent of trying to attack and aggressively force your beliefs onto others, please refrain from participating. You will be timed out. So I like to start all my real talks with these rules so that it's out in the open, it's there. If people want to get a refresher, all they can do is do exclamation rules or exclamation code. And if they still struggle, if they are still like not complying, then I'm so sorry, but we don't have space for you here. I just can't. I cannot. Hi, Recon. Yeah, X-Men and Eczema. What? I was confused too. Funny seeing y'all here. All right, so without further ado, like Prince Abubu, let me turn on my second monitor. I usually turn it off because I get super nervous looking at the guests, because, you know, they're super scrumptious and they get me all nervous and hot and bothered. So I am going to start us off with introducing the first scrumptious guest. This is my Canadian sister. Okay, y'all already know who I'm talking about. I had the pleasure of meeting her in real life. She was my first Dare to Duet partner. And at that point, I didn't even know who she was. I didn't even know that she'd become such an important part of my life. Please help me welcome the scrumptious Lemon. Hold on, I'm not going to mess this up. I'm going to do it right. Boom! Hi, Lemon.
Hey girl, how you doing?
I'm wonderful. How are you, boo-boo?
I'm doing great. Hello everyone. Shall I introduce myself?
Do it.
Yes. Hi everyone. My name is Swifty Lim. Y'all know me as Lemon as well. I'm Solo Raven's Canadian sister.
Tell him.
For anyone that does not know, I do some random streams of just chatting, some cooking, some gaming. It's all over the place, but we did meet on Twitch Sings. I do some voice acting as well. You guys can check the latest game that I've been part of, which is Crew 167, the Grand Block Odyssey. And interesting thing that we were just talking about before, while you were already starting on the stream, what are we about personally and in our community and whatnot. I just want to mention my community is about self-love and care for community. So love yourself, respect your others, you know. And I want to also say what I'm grateful for, because that was really cute and I want to do that too.
Yes, please.
Wow. Okay. I have lately been really grateful for my friendships. So my friends have been extremely loyal, honest, receptive, and caring for one another and for me. And I've just been thinking about it every single day. Yeah. I love them very much. A lot of them are in chat. Love you guys. And a lot of them are not as well. But yeah, I love you too. And that is I.
I love that. Thank you so much, Lemon, for sharing that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I feel like we don't do that enough. So it's me like forcing myself to take that time and just do it. Because I don't know about you guys, but I focus a lot on the negativity, okay? And what I don't have in my life. So I need to fix that. I need to fix myself before I wreck myself, okay? So, yeah. Oh, shoot.
Oh, damn, Snark.
Snark, baby. Hi, Scrumptious. Oh, my God. It's my other Canadian boo-boo. Hi, Snark. Thank you so much for that scrumptious raid. You could have raided anybody and you chose me. Thank you so much. I miss you. I can't wait till we hang out again in person. Hi everyone, my name is Solo Raven. I'm a Toronto-based variety streamer. I stream a little bit of League of Legends, Valorant. I'm trying to learn how to play the piano or keyboard. I do some fitness streams sometimes. I'm trying to lose my belly, flaps to abs, and yeah, just a whole bunch of random stuff. Oh, and this talk show every other Monday, of course, as well. But hello, guys, welcome. Shiny Espion, hi Boo, hi Shug, hi Syntax. Oh my God, it's been so long, Syntax. How are you? I need to do flaps. Okay, Recon, stop this. Okay, I saw you last time. You had like a chest of a fit person and them abs of a fit person too. So stop this right now.
You seen a lot of him.
Okay, whoa, hold on. Whoa, hey, whoa, no, whoa. Okay, hold. Okay, listen, hold it. Whoa. What I meant is when I hugged him, I felt it.
Wow.
Oh my, y'all, too much. I'm dying. I felt, yes, okay.
All right, people, calm down. I know it's Recon, but calm down, people.
Those sparkly eyes and those what, pearly whites, that's what I call them. They remind me, you know, oh, Lemon, you're gonna know this. Shiny teeth. Fairly Odd Parents.
Oh, what?
Do you know Fairly Odd Parents?
Oh no, I watched it in French actually. This is really interesting.
So the song was not Shiny Teeth?
No, I don't know what you're singing right now. Yeah, no, there's definitely no Shiny Teeth in the French version.
Okay, Shiny Teeth and me. Yes, Shiny Espion knows. Yes, that's what I did. It feel nice. Okay, y'all need to stop this. Oh my God, growls. I'm so sorry, guys. This took a turn, okay? Let us move on to my scrumptious friend, and I think I hope I got the order right. Yes, it is. Okay, so the next person I would like to introduce is unfortunately someone I have not had the pleasure of meeting in real life, but honestly, every time I talk to this person or anytime I stop by their stream, anytime they sing with me on Twitch Sings, they've always been so kind to me, and I really appreciate when people make that choice to be kind to me. It like sticks with me that even though like I don't hang out with them all the time, or like Lemon and I, we talk a lot, right? So not that I expect her to be kind to me, but I'm like, I want her to be kind to me, and I hope that comes with the territory. But when people who I don't talk to often are kind to me, it really makes a difference, and it makes me feel like super, super special. So please help me welcome the scrumptious Daddy Reynolds.
It's so easy to be kind to you, Raven.
Oh, thank you so much.
Easy.
Thank you, Boo. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me, first off.
You're welcome.
I am the Daddy Reynolds. If you're uncomfortable calling me Daddy, I completely understand. You can call me Reynolds.
Oh, yes, Daddy.
DR. I was originally Ink Mr. Limpet.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. And, or my name is Levon. If you want to just call me Levon, that's fine. I was a Twitch Sings streamer. I plan on trying to transition to like playing music. I play guitar. I do a loop pedal. I use loop pedal, beatbox, kind of that type of stuff. So I'm going to try to transition to that. I play games as well. And the daddy part of Daddy Reynolds is I am a father to two girls. 11 and 4, and I've been married for 15 years to my childhood sweetheart. So
I'm gonna cry. Lemon and I are criers. Lemon.
Don't make us cry.
I meant to say high school sweetheart, not childhood.
That's still cute. Oh, that's even better. I don't know. In my opinion, when you could weather high school, you know. I'm just saying. Cry fest. My
heart.
Right? It is. I feel like breaking into like Bless the Broken Road. You know that song by Rascal Flatts? You know what I'm saying? Like that's a theme right here. You know what I'm saying? And last but not least, oh my God, this amazing person I did get to meet in real life. She's got a incredible voice, a beautiful heart, and I can't wait to actually spend time with her properly. By the way, because at TwitchCon I didn't get to spend time with her. It was literally like in passing when she was very amazingly running the Twitch Things booth that will not be in existence this time, unfortunately. Please help me welcome the scrumptious Joliet.
Hi everyone. Hi, I'm Joliet. I'm so honored to be here.
Yay.
I do music, and it used to be music and performing arts, and now I feel weird just saying music. But anyway, I sing originals and covers on my stream. I used to do Twitch Sings as well. I'm happy to have met all of these beautiful people through that game. And yeah, I don't know. That's it. I'm grateful for Twitch and being able to just have an outlet for music and friendship and everything.
And your music is on Spotify. Her music's on Spotify. She won't tell you, but it is on Spotify.
Incredible.
Yes.
Such a fangirl.
Yes. Right? And guys, the word that I would use to describe Joliet's voice is sultry. I thought about this. I spent time thinking about this.
Oh, that's the word, actually.
Right?
Yeah,
Right? Because I'm like, there's a word and I know it, but I want to get it right. And I thought about it. I literally scrumptious, of course. Like all three of these voices are scrumptious, but there's like something different about her voice, and I wanted to get it right. So boom, sultry.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm honored. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Oh, thank you, Slade. There you go. That is the link to Joliet's music.
Thank you, Slay.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, Slade. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. All right, so
A separate category. With just acting. Oh, I don't know actually if they split that, Slay. That's interesting.
wait,
I always think of
people
dance
act?
and stuff.
Yeah,
As performing arts. I don't know.
acting on Twitch, huh? That would be interesting. All right, guys. So, excuse me, that was disgusting. Thorbane, hello and welcome. Ken, hi, boo boo. So without further ado, let's jump into this very important topic that I am so honored to have these three scrumptious friends of mine discussing with me, because I feel like we all are pretty passionate about this topic and we understand its importance, and that's what makes this talk so much more amazing. And I just know the next few hours are going to be incredible. So let's start off with like a generic umbrella question. So what do you guys think is a toxic relationship? Like, what do you think that, what are the things that make you think that this is a toxic relationship? So Daddy Reynolds, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, sure. I would say, it's going to be kind of a culmination of a couple things, spoiler alert, that we'll talk through.
Right.
But, honestly, it's just kind of, in my opinion, it boils down to somebody reflecting like their own insecurities, to gain an advantage or to have that power over somebody. It can be both sides of the relationship, and it can look so many different ways.
Yeah.
It can be through emotional abuse or physical abuse. But honestly, it boils down to, I think it's just that person's insecure, and they want the person they're with to be insecure, or, they want to negatively impact the person they're with as well.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Lemon, what about you?
For me, a toxic relationship is when there's one party that would try to manipulate in order to gain something out of the relationship or keep something, even if it is useful or not useful to them. And that goes for any type of relationship, whether they be in the family, in friendships, or in love relationships.
Yeah. Thank you, Lemon, for pointing that out. I wanted to give a disclaimer that I forgot to say, that when we say toxic relationships, we're using that term loosely. We're not just talking about romantic relationships or casual relationships. It's literally any kind of relationship. It's not the narrow version. It's family members, co-workers, friends, casual relationships, sex buddies, whatever people do these days, right? So all of that. And it can we're trying to say, and the point of this is the loose word that we're using is to show that it doesn't always exist only in romantic relationships. It can be in all relationships, any kind. So Joliet, oh my god, hold on, oh shit, thank you for the host. This beat is so good. Oh my god.
I hear it, but
I don't know.
I can't hear it too, but I'm dancing.
Yeah, there was. All right, Joliet, what about you? What do you think a toxic relationship is?
I find often when I'm examining my own relationships, coworker, friends, love interests, or whatever, is extreme highs and lows. It's incredibly rewarding and incredibly punishing, and there doesn't seem to be any middle place. You're often confused. You don't know what just happened in an argument. You don't have it's unpredictable. You don't have a safe space to express your feelings without judgment, or to hold an opinion that's different. Those are the key things to me that, I don't know. You have to diminish your own sense of self-worth or your accomplishments because you don't want that person might be too sensitive. Like anything that would make you small in the relationship is toxic. So those are the things I would say define toxic relationships.
Yeah, 100%. And to add to that, I think also, for me, in addition to all of those amazing points, for me, a toxic relationship also is when you constantly find yourself making excuses for the person, and you're constantly like justifying their behavior, or you're walking on eggshells, or what I've found in my past is when you do things out of the fear of losing them to keep them. And so, as Joliet said, you lose your sense of self because your whole world basically just becomes like, how do I not make this person mad, or like get things out of control? Like, how do I keep things and you always find yourself trying to be the bigger person. It's always you. The ball is always in your court to be that person. So that's
sorry, it's interesting that you say that it's for not losing the person, but for me, in my case and in all of my experiences, I feel like it has been me trying to not hurt the person, because I feel like everything that I've done has hurt them or like make them question themselves.
Interesting.
So in turn, when I do certain things, or the way that I interact with them would be for me to not hurt them even more, because they're already broken.
Oh, interesting.
That's exactly, I'm just thinking on some of the toxic relationships that I've had. That's exactly what pops up in my mind. It's just this like feeling of dread when I have to have any sort of conversation with that person, of just like the eggshells and just being like psyching myself up and being like, all right, here we go. Like, trying to, just be careful with what I'm saying so I don't hurt that person.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of energy to walk around someone else's preferences, and it drains you, it depresses you. You have no energy for the things that you love to do, or your family, or and it's horrible.
And you got to convince yourself when you're about to have this talk with them that what I'm feeling is right. Like, they did mess up. They did, right? Like, no, they did mess up. It's like
crazy,
I'm not crazy, because they make you feel that way. Letitia said feeling like a burden. Yes. Or the opposite, which could be who will want me if they don't want me. It could be the opposite also, where you feel like they've done some like huge favor to you by accepting you or wanting you or showing you that kindness, and whatever they give you is sort of like something you should be grateful for. Yeah.
It's incumbent upon you to stay in this relationship.
Exactly.
You owe this person so much.
Yes, exactly. Right? So I think it's unfortunate, but it's safe to say that toxic relationships are really common. And I think we've each had our fair share of them. So at what point point, sorry, when you were analyzing your relationship with whoever it was, did you realize it was a toxic relationship? Or was there a time when you started doubting the existence of toxicity and started kind of confusing it with, well, maybe they're just having a bad day, or maybe it's just a bad habit, and maybe like it'll go away with time, you know? I could start us off. I feel like for me, I started noticing it was a toxic relationship with the person that I was with when they would constantly be unreliable. And then when I would try to explain to them what they were doing that was hurting me, or what I didn't like about our dynamic or our relationship, they basically put it on me and said, you know, you're just difficult. Like, you're the kind of, you basically want things your way or no way at all. So they were basically attacking me for not being compromising. But what they were doing was, we were supposed to be in some type of like romantic, casual-ish type relationship, and they weren't making time for me. They were seeing me maybe 2 hours a week, guys. A week. That's crumbs. And when I would exactly explain it, I'm like, that's crumbs. You're literally giving me crumbs, and you're always saying you're so busy, but I know you're just like using that time to spend with your family, and I don't want to attack your family and say you shouldn't spend time with your family. But if I was important, you would want to spend time with me, and you would want to take out time to see me. And his whole thing was, well, anytime I do get free time, I do spend it with you. But it was crumbs. So he would make me feel like I was being unreasonable for asking for more. Yeah, they do project that feeling onto you. And they would lie. This person would lie, bro. Like, I clearly heard a girl at their place when I was on the phone with them. I literally heard a girl there. And we weren't together at that time, but he was like trying to court me, right? Trying to get back, because we had broken up, and we were trying to like, he was trying to get back and show that, you know, if I only had the chance to like show you how amazing you can be, like I could be to you, and blah, blah, blah. And then I hear a girl in the back, and I'm like, oh, what are you doing? Chilling, whatever. And he's like, yeah, I'm just working at home alone.
Oh.
And I was like, bro, but I heard somebody.
I'm wondering what that girl was thinking in the background.
Well, apparently they were just friends and coworkers working at home together. But I don't care.
Miss a few 99.
I mean, you
Hi,
could have been that
Spucks.
Why would he lie
person, like,
about it?
working with him, like, in the same space. If that is the case that he was with his friend, that's still spending time with someone. I'll bet you don't have any conversation, but you're physically
All my
with
free
them.
time is with you. Yeah.
This shit was so stressful. No, like, you do not understand, guys. It was literally that, because if that's the case, right, you're so busy, then, and I'm the kind of person, guys, I'm not like tooting my own hoot, but like, I'll give you your space. I admire and respect and want a healthy relationship. So if I just want to be around you, right? I just want to be around you. So even if we're both working, I'll like respect that. I won't bother you and whatever.
He was starving you.
Yes.
He was starving you to make you want more, and then he would reward you on his terms.
Yeah. And I kept falling for it until that girl thing happened, and I was like, nah. And then when I addressed it to him, he's like, oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I should have just told you that I had a friend over. And I was like, the fact that your impulse is to lie to me?
Yeah, no doubt.
And when we're not even a thing,
Mess that up.
right? Imagine if we were a thing. That's more of a reason for you to lie to me. So that's a no. So that was a no for me, guys. So what about you guys? What was a point where you were like, whoa, this is a toxic relationship? Yeah.
Can I read one comment here?
Yeah.
This is Chris5 that says, trying to make the other person feel like the problem is classic manipulation, and it so quickly turns into gaslighting.
Truth.
Now,
Hi,
it's really
Chris.
interesting, because there's the type of manipulation where you're like, let's say someone is talking to me and they're trying to manipulate me, and they'd be like, well, Lemon, like, see, you're asking too much of me. But there's the other way around, where you got the person that's like, I'm the person, like, I'm the worst person ever, like, I'm always asking for too much, like, I'm so sorry. And then they just rile you up in it, like, they make you feel bad for them and then it's just horrible because you just end up following whatever they want to do. Yeah, that's another way of manipulating.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry, I did. I'll
No,
leave,
I love
Juliet.
that. Thank you. Sorry, Chris also says, dude, I've had friends that only get a good morning from their partner, and they're like, yeah, I know they love me, but I just wish they'd spend more time with me. That's so sad.
Oh no.
That's even worse because you're married to them. I mean, sorry, wait. Beast Bucks said that he's a shitty husband. Why? What makes you feel like you're a shitty husband, Spucks? Miles, thank you so much for that scrumptious raid. I really appreciate it. Sorry, guys. I'll be doing all the exercise reps for these raids at the end, just so we can like keep the conversation going. But thank you for choosing to raid me. You could have raided anybody, and you chose me. Thank you, Miles. Hi, everyone. My name is Solo Raven. We're currently in a real talk about toxic relationships. Welcome. Thank you for being here. And I stream a little bit of Valorant, League of Legends, keyboard streams, fitness streams, and all kinds of other randomness. Oh, and I do a mean cringe rap that you might hear if you stay till the end, which you don't want to miss.
Oh
It's
damn.
something.
It's something.
All right. I'll stay here.
Yeah. It's difficult because of our work schedules, as in time or texting. Because I feel like texting, we got no excuse to not text our partners, okay? Joliet, baby, give it to me. What do you think? When was it that you realized, or what do you think is a point in relationships where people realize that it's toxic?
For me, it took someone saying something, someone in my circle that was like, that's not okay. Like, you realize you're being mistreated. And then it's followed by months of me making excuses. And then finally, it showed up on a YouTube algorithm. And I've been kind of like watching these videos, like, how do you know you're in this type of relationship? Here are the signs, and that, which always makes you go, oh, I'm the one who's toxic. You know, if you're a higher self, like, and if you know what I'm saying, like, if you know how to examine yourself, yes, which that you should always be working toward making sure you're doing the right thing and bettering yourself as a human. But anyway, that's a good sign you're probably safe and can survive and overcome toxicity if you're a problem. So anyway, that's what happened for me. Someone had to say something, because I'm a do or die, like, loyal to death kind of friend. I believe the best of people, no matter how much they abuse me, because I can take it. I'm tough. I'm very sustaining. I don't need a lot of attention or entertainment. I don't need the kind of friendships where you check in with me. I'm good. At least I think I am. There's a trap there. But anyway, and there's a little bit of self-lying with that mentality. But someone had to say something, and that's kind of what happened for me.
So you yourself you weren't able to see it because you were too close to it.
I was way too close to it. I'm loyal to the end, and it wasn't until, so if you're out there and you're watching this stream and you hear things that are ringing a bell, don't take our word for it. There are clinical psychologists who have YouTube channels that you can find, and I do recommend making sure it says that they're professional, and that they specialize in toxic relationships, narcissistic relationships. Anyway, it's a dark hole. But you will find freedom at the other side.
Actually, what we'll do is I always post these videos onto my YouTube, like the condensed version, where I don't take out any of the real content. I just take out like the starting soon screen and the cringy rap and stuff. Sometimes I'll keep it in, for a little spice. But what I'll do is I'll ask these lovely guests to link me some of their favorite channels, because they do watch these channels. And then what I'll do is I'll put that in the description. So if any of you want to check it out, you are more than welcome to do that. And oh my goodness, Tyler, thank you so much for those scrumptious gifted subs. Oh my lord, you have gifted a sub to Lemon, Subtracticat, Snark, Jeremy, and Felicity. Thank you so much. I hope you guys enjoyed the emotes. Welcome to Team Raven, and thank you very much, Tyler, once again for that. I will be doing exercise reps for each of those. That's 50 reps plus the raids. Goodness gracious, y'all trying to get me fit. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry,
Tyler, to answer your question about having a working 12-hour shift
and
60 hours, how do you find time? You have to sit down and come up with a schedule and do that dirty, diligent work of making sure that your relationship doesn't fail. Because I can understand.
Yes.
My husband and I went through this ourselves. It was very easy. It was another trap for me to kind of emotionally bond with someone else because he wasn't available.
Yeah.
So it's interesting how you go through these dynamics in your relationship, how much you can kind of sympathize with these horrible things, even empathize. And so I would just say, make sure you make it a priority that you two sit down with each other and decide, this is our time. This is when we're going to do this, and this is what's going to be on the agenda. And couples therapy is not some sort of last ditch resort. It's important to do it every now and then, or every week, especially during quarantine when we're all living on top of each other.
Yeah.
So I highly recommend having a mediator, especially if you have problems then you can't seem to solve, or you just want to help understand what you can do to bring something better to that relationship. But working with such high demanding jobs like that is very hard. So I just sympathize with your situation because I've been there.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. And Spucks, I know you said that your wife doesn't get enough pampering time, but I think that works well with what Joliet said as well about developing that schedule. So for example, let's just say Wednesday nights are hers. That, like, regardless of what happens, that's her night. She could do whatever she wants with those 4 hours, whatever. You'll take care of the kids, whatever. I mean, I'm just giving an example, but you know your life better. But that kind of, that's a good way to ensure that she does get that time to herself. Or sometimes, this is just me, but if my partner is busy and yes, I don't always get to see him, but there are ways for him to like reconnect with me that we've planned out, and then those times when he's not able to physically be there with me, there's some kind of reminders left, like cute little notes around the house, or gifts, like cute care packages that I was just thinking about you and I know I can't be there tonight, but this is my way of like kind of reconnecting with you and being like, I'm still thinking about you, I'm still with you. For a person like me, that kind of stuff works. So maybe you can talk to your partner and see if she would appreciate things like that as well. Communication, man, is key shit.
Knowing one's love language and making sure that you can communicate that to her.
Yeah.
My love language is funny cat videos.
Oh,
wow.
It's great.
It's great.
There it is.
See,
like
it's
an
good that you know
endless
that.
amount.
Yeah. Good that you know that. Letitia says, I had a best friend that I would ask simple questions like, what time is your bus coming in so I know when to pick you up? Her response would literally be, whoa, relax. Yo, I'll let you know. But you were just trying to be nice. That's actually very thoughtful and kind of you, Letitia. I'm so sorry that you had a best friend like that. Mm-hmm.
My love language is people using their Twitch primes on
I like that plug.
Hey.
Nice.
I like that plug. And yes, Tyler, that is 10 per gifted sub. Thank you. Sorry guys. Yeah, communication is huge. Care package, chocolate. If your partner likes chocolate, I'm not a huge chocolate person in terms of care packages. But you know, like if you know her period is coming, get that baby a heating pad, some nice snacks, some warm socks.
And if you don't know it's coming, what are you doing?
Get to know your partner.
Oh yeah,
It's true.
She might be a regular, okay?
Yeah, true.
That's true.
But she will appreciate the sentiment even if you're early. Like,
Uh-huh.
babe, I know your period's coming. Here's some stuff I got for you.
It's gonna be
Make
coming.
her a period drawer.
Yeah.
And just fill it at
Oh,
random.
yeah.
There's your drawer of goodies.
Aw,
We're
that's
giving you
so
ideas for a
cute.
successful relationship, guys.
You are
We'll be
welcome.
writing this down.
Yeah, we need to be charged. Oh my god.
Actually, you know what? So we're talking about love relationships here, but after I went through my breakup, because it's during COVID, my best friend actually knocked on my door.
I remember
she
this.
just left a package with a handwritten letter, some bath bombs, and
Yes.
then some macarons, and she just stood on the street waving at me, and that was just the cutest
love
thing ever.
that.
Like I just love her to bits and pieces. But yeah,
I'm a sucker for
it's
things
not
like
only-
that.
yeah, it's not only for like lovers, but yeah. And I feel like even Raven sometimes messages me randomly some cute thoughts, and that's like a lot of love. I find I appreciate it very much.
Oh, thank you, Boo Boo. Hi, Justice. Hi. Oh, Lord have mercy. I'm gonna struggle. Mandibule. I'm
Well done.
Sorry if I said
Oh,
that.
you can call
did
her
I?
Mandy.
Mandy. Okay. Hello. Welcome. Yeah, so many scrumptious people indeed. Oh my goodness.
Mhm.
But Daddy Reynolds, at what point did you realize that you were in a toxic relationship?
So I was just, I'm reflecting on this, but I'd say honestly, like mine was kind of more of like a retrospective thing. In most cases, I'm normally like completely unaware of it, kind of like you, Juliet. When you talk, thinking back though, so my father passed away like 5 years ago, but he was the type of father that was like never, even if he was physically there, like he wasn't really there. You know what I mean? And even physically, he was in prison for like 5 years when I was from 10 to 15.
10 to 15, okay.
Yeah, 10 to 15
Oh, those are
years
like
old. They're, like, crucial
very
years, right?
Those are
Yeah, so,
critical. Woof. Oh my goodness.
I always say that like he gave me a name, a love for good music, and a favorite sports team, and that's honestly the extent of it. So, and so my sister, honestly, throughout our entire childhood and then going up into our adult years, she would call me, late at night crying, just talking about how horrible our father was to us. And, I honestly think that because he was never physically abusive, I kind of, at the time, throughout the whole, our whole childhood and everything, just wrote it off as, well, he's not hitting us or anything like that. And I had friends who did have to go through that. And honestly, it wasn't until he passed away and I kind of started to notice just even things I was doing as a father, and things I was doing in my relationships that I was just like, there was an emotional, there was a toxic relationship there that I am now suffering from. You know what I mean? So it's just kind of reflecting and trying to think throughout my entire life. It was like it's like there's this mental block in a lot of parts of my life that I'm still to this day kind of just unpacking. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, but since then, kind of a growing moment. It's made me analyze a lot of my relationships and kind of I'm a little bit more in tune with maybe some of those some of those things in other relationships. So positives, I guess.
No, for real. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
So even though your father wasn't physically abusive, how did you start noticing that there was some kind of like emotional abuse there or something wasn't right?
A lot of it was manipulation and just making me feel, it was a whole lot of, are you mad at me? And, even during those times in prison, it was like I'd collect calls. I already felt bad. My dad's in prison.
Yeah.
And I'd have to turn down the calls. And then if I did talk to him, he would down talk my mother. And, just always made me feel like I needed to try to be positive. And I couldn't upset him because he's in a bad situation, and don't do that to him. He's already having a hard enough time. Don't possibly, please don't be mad at me. And just, I don't know, just that control like that. And still to this day, I find myself always trying to be like a people pleaser. And I think a lot of that has to do with that. You know, I could never, I always want to please people. So I think it just thinking on it, unpacking it, and thinking it stems from that. So, or at least some of it. So.
Yeah, when you have to be attentive to your parents' emotional needs in order to feel like you can receive love, this happens, you know, any kind of tumultuous. Or even it might just spur from something that doesn't, as an adult, you don't really think is that big of a deal for a kid to go through. It could be something small, but to a child, the way they cope and handle it, I'll just say the way I coped and handled it, was, I can't make a misstep here. I can fix this. I can maybe, because you get small rewards along the way that validate and solidify that choice that you're making, which is... I need to change myself. I need to diminish myself in order for this household to have joy and have happiness.
Yeah. I should be a better daughter. I should have handled that better. But you're like always making excuses for the poor behavior of others.
And so when you get into a relationship as an adult, that becomes kind of that can be a part, something that you do that is problematic because you are continuing to diminish yourself. You're continuing to not meet your own needs. You're putting everyone ahead of yourself. That is me as well, Daddy Reynolds.
Dude, I get it. And I really appreciate you guys being so transparent and open and speaking about this because you have no idea how many people you're helping that are agreeing with you in chat. And even if they're lurking and they're like mentally making notes of this, and maybe this is an opportunity for them to analyze their own personal relationships. It's a huge thing that you guys are doing. So thank you for taking this on with me. I appreciate it.
There's Tyler that actually answered Daddy Reynolds by saying, my father was also very abusive physically, so I never had a father figure till about 16. And my father figure was a friend of mine that was in college, now a pastor. But I'm lucky I learned how a man shouldn't be. I teach and I make sure all my kids know you don't hit someone and you treat anger with love.
Yeah, and honestly, I have to give my mother so much credit. You know, I used to give her a Father's Day card every Father's Day. She just did.
I'm gonna cry.
Right?
I'm sorry to get.
Right?
Hello, everyone.
You know, but honestly, it was like, you know,
Joliet 4.
Somehow, you know, there are things. Obviously, I'm a father too, and I make mistakes, but I would say if there's something I'm really good at, it's being a father. And you know, I have to give my mom credit to kind of teach me the way a man should be. So I feel you on that for sure.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, I do see in chat that this is like too close to home for a lot of people, and I totally understand if this is something you're not ready to take on, but it is important. And even if you're not ready to take it on, and if you are choosing to stay here, you are so brave and you are so strong. And if you're not ready, that's okay as well. This VOD will be uploaded to YouTube, so if anytime at any point in your life you are ready to face whatever demons you're fighting or dealing with, whatever you have suppressed, whatever traumas you have suppressed, you are more than welcome to check this out at a later date. There's no pressure to stay. I don't want this to be an even more traumatic experience if you're not ready to to unpack that, right? Like Daddy Reynolds said, he's whatever age he's at and he's still unpacking stuff from his childhood. So it's different for everybody. Some of us have dealt with things, some of us are still dealing with things, and some of us may not deal with it till very, very late in our life, or never ever want to, or you know. So it's okay either way. Just want to let you guys know it's okay.
Yeah, I didn't mean to get so deep on the first question. Sorry, or I guess that was
no. That's real talk, baby. That's
real.
Real. That's what it is, baby. It's
I
real
got
talk,
my Kleenex ready,
right?
I got water.
And
I
it's
got water
therapeutic. Me too, girl. I put that word.
Coping mechanism right now.
Yeah, and I feel like this is every time I do a Ravens Real Talk, it's like therapy for me. So this is slightly selfish in the sense that this is my way of also kind of unpacking things and not doing it alone. So thank you guys.
You're helping us too.
We're all doing it together,
Totally.
which is beautiful.
You're
Thank
holding
you
our
guys.
hands on this journey. So
Oh,
appreciate it.
baby, yes. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I'm so sorry that I'm not keeping up completely with chat, but I see you guys and thank you. Hi, Laser Cat. The demons part, that is what I go through every day in my head, which repeats over and over since 2015 and has been around for the last 6 years. And again, there's no pressure, Miles, for you to relive those demons or address them or face them. Whatever time is good for you. Good night, Beast Bucks. Take care of yourself.
Good night.
Sponsor me Cheez-Its, bro. Sponsor me cheese. Black Diamond, hello.
Hey, Laser Cat.
So we're going to dive in a little deeper with some of these red flags that we've kind of all talked about. As you all have probably noticed that there is certain overlap in a lot of our experiences, a lot of things that we've talked about, and in different ways. Some of us have experienced it with lovers, some of us have experienced it with family, with friends, coworkers. So I want to take this a little deeper and look at red flags with you guys. So give me a second.
I feel you, Juliet. I'm doing that too right now.
My pages of notes. I got flags is on this side.
I got my docs ready. I'm just scrolling down.
Oh god.
Yeah, I feel like that
You guys
kid
are
that
so
gets asked
high-tech.
to read, like it gets asked to read during class. You know what I mean?
Oh.
I'm just like,
I
I'd
did doodle on
say
the back.
it's
Oh, you guys kill me. Oh my goodness. I love it. I love it. This is very type A of us all. Very type A of us all. It's just how we are. I appreciate it, really. Okay, so I'm going to switch the screen and hopefully not mess up. Here is hoping. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hold on. I think I do it like this. And then I do like this. Okay, let's see. Boom! Okay, good. So, yeah, color coordinated everything. Okay, so we got red flags on the left and we got some examples on the right to give us a better understanding of what these red flags are. So, chronic anger is one of the many red flags of toxic relationships. So some examples could be like blow-ups, kind of what Joliet was saying earlier. It's very unpredictable. You don't know how extremely the person's going to react to something small that you say. It's like constant irritability. There's moodiness. And I think this is the most important element. It's anger to control somebody to the point where you tiptoe around their anger. So have you guys been in any kind of relationship where there's been chronic anger? Okay, so Joliet has. And did you have to tiptoe around?
Yeah, it is. It's funny, I've researched it so much now, but it comes from a situation that they went through, probably when they were children, where they could not control their life. They were in a very they couldn't predict and so when they grow up, they hyper control everyone. And when when something is out of their control, it triggers a fight or flight in their mind, in their brain, and that can manifest as rage. And so that's just how they're controlling you, is if you don't adhere to what I'm doing, if you don't adopt this opinion or whatever the situation is, I will blow up at you. And there you go, it turns into abuse. The coping mechanism they used as a kid has turned into this sort of abuse mechanism as an adult. But yeah, there's been, certainly I grew up in a household where rage was a problem, and it's a problem I took on too myself. I've been guilty of it as well. So rip my poor husband who's had to deal with this. But being made aware of it has helped me kind of figure out, oh right, this is not how I treat people I love. This is coming from a very selfish place. Yeah, so it's definitely a sign that there's some toxicness there, or they have some undealt with trauma from their past. And they're putting it on you now.
Yeah, it's true. And as Joliet said, she's aware of when she kind of succumbs to that type of anger as well, but she's also willing to do something about it. I don't want the stream to for you guys to confuse that with staying in a relationship with someone who's not willing to change or not willing to do anything about it. Joliet's trying to do something about it. She's trying to move past it, grow from it, be better than that. But there are people who are not either ready to do it or don't want to do it, or kind of want to, no offense, use their trauma as a crutch. And if you want to use that as a crutch, it's not fair to bring people down with you, or be blamed for not sticking around this person to help them heal. Like, that's not your job. That's not your duty. We're going to be talking about that later, about people's ability to change, but I wanted to say that really quick. And I also wanted to say that I really, really like what Joliet said about that's something that they've gone through in their past, and they're kind of using that as like, well, I wasn't able to control that situation, and now I'm going to make sure that any situation I get into, I'm going to be the one controlling the person. It reminds me, slight tangent, there's an R. Kelly documentary on Netflix. I don't know if any of you guys have seen it, but he was sexually abused as a child. And when one of the psychologists was examining his behaviors, we all know what he is convicted of doing to young girls. That trauma that he had when he was a kid, and he was sexually abused by a family member, I think it was a family member, when he was a kid, and no one believed him, he wasn't able to control what happened to him. This is by no way excusing his behavior, but when he grew up, he felt that underage girls were easily controllable, and he used his power to make sure that if anyone was being controlled, it wasn't him, and he was the one this time exercising that control on other people. So it does come from a place of their own trauma, their own, experiences that they've gone through. But again, it is not your job to fix people. Like, that's something they got to deal with on their own. Seek professional help. So please don't force yourself or be guilted to stay in a situation like that, because that's very damaging. You might even lose yourself in trying to heal them.
I'm so grateful to anyone in my life who's aware of like a thing that I'm trying to do to improve myself. But it is not. I don't blame anyone for needing to get out for their own reasons, instead of being infinitely unhealthily, maybe even enabling, like patient with me. That's up to you. Can only change yourself. You can't change other people. So yes, it's possible, but you can't determine for someone else if it's possible. You can only decide what's good for you.
Yeah.
Mandy just wrote, some people have that dogma, if it happens to me, I'll make it happen to you too. And I'll be honest, like a couple years back, if I may even say, I had a toxic relationship with my own self. So after being victim of sexual assault, I started viewing other Asian women of my stature to be possibly my next victims. I wouldn't do anything, but every time I would see someone, it would anger me so much that I would want to control them, and I would want to hurt them too. Thankfully, I did notice that I had a lot of pent-up anger and then confusion and whatnot, so I did go to therapy in order to understand that I was just projecting what had been done to me to someone else. But yeah, if you do see that of someone, just maybe tell them. And I know it's like I find it almost I find that a lot of people are uncomfortable of saying you need help, but I think this is one of the things that are it might be the most caring thing that you can do to someone. It's a hard thing to acknowledge, but once someone tells you and then it clicks one day, you'll be like, wow, I should have done that before. Yeah, I totally understand, Mandy. It happened to me.
Yeah.
Most of them disregard it. I know plenty of those in my industry. Yeah, there's a lot of people that just, deny that they're angry.
Yeah. Hi, Dee. I was the angry one in my past relationships. I'm only a control freak when it comes to myself, though. And is that in a healthy way, or do you feel like it gets out of hand? And is that from something in the past that you weren't able to control, that you feel like you have to like overly control now? It's a baseline of normal behavior in my line of work.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Do you feel unsafe? Do you feel outrageously like this is triggering something extra emotional that it doesn't in other people? when something is out of your control. Something simple, like you can't find your shoe. The match to your shoe, or you got a little bit of feedback from work that's, you know, like, what is it that's, I would get to the bottom of that. That's what I've been trying to do is, okay, what weird thing is it that's like triggering this rage response, the fight or flight in me, and why is that happening, and how can I connect that to something in my childhood that I remember and haven't just completely disassociated from. Oh, that happened. Yeah. Anyway.
Thank you,
I
guys.
wanted to mention as well, since you were talking about trying to tiptoe around and thinking about where someone comes from. I was mentioning that a couple of days earlier where I had an argument with my mother, and it came out of nowhere, where I just asked a question to her question. So she had asked me a question, and I said, yes, why? And she took it offensively, and she just blew up and yelled at me. And she started crying afterwards, thinking that I always think of her as a bad person and that she is stupid in my eyes. There was so many things that she was just spilling out, and instead of trying to explain to her at that moment, I finally understood, and this was just an enlightened moment for me. There's so many things that had happened in her childhood leading up to all of the miscommunications that we have as mother and daughter. So she was daughter of a general in the army and a soldier, and then she went through a genocide, came here, and the only thing that she knew how to do was survive, and the only thing that she knew what to do with me was to give me a roof, and that was her way of showing love. And she didn't understand anything else or recognize that she lacked in emotional intelligence. So at that moment, even though she yelled at me and she said things that honestly I don't think, like I would never think of my mom as someone stupid or like ignorant or whatnot, but it was just, I understand you, Mom, and I'm so sorry you had to go through these things. So there's toxic relationships. I find that if you step back and you put things into perspective, you're like, okay, I can manage, I understand, and it's okay. We can still love each other in this relationship.
It's hard though, especially with parents. I feel like, because a part of you expects like you should know better. Like sometimes, at least for me, I feel like parents, which is incorrect of course, aren't allowed to have
emotions towards you,
like those bursts of anger, because I'm like, you should have figured out how to deal with this shit by now, because y'all are like in your 70s or 60s, like that's, but I understand that, like Lemon said, my parents have been through their own set of experiences and their own things that they haven't resolved. And you know, back home, like mental health, what? Therapy, what? Emotional, you know, closeness, what? Like we don't talk about that kind of stuff. Like that's how my parents were raised. So my mom, thankfully, because she's in the medical profession, she had learned a lot of psychology and stuff, so she's not like that. But like my dad, the way he was dealt with was kind of what Lemon was saying, like a military dad gave them a roof over their head. You know, their way of emotion bonding was like, yes, there was some quality time, but it wasn't that like love and let's talk about our feelings and really get down to the bottom of it. It was very tough love. And there are certain times where my dad has mentioned that his dad had said like super mean things to him, but that's your dad. You just suck it up and move forward, because you know at the end of the day they love you. But I feel like with our generation, or with my generation, if my dad says something hurtful, like it really sticks, and I really spend time thinking about it, and it hurts me so much, and I don't have that thick of a skin to be like, I know he still loves me. It's more like I know he loves me, so why would he say that? That's so mean. Like,
Yeah,
why would you
agreed.
say that? And I'm not
See,
going
I
to
think-
say my way is wrong, because I don't want to pursue those kind of relationships where someone treats me and says mean things and I'm still like, but I know they love me. But I have learned to kind of forgive my dad for some of the things that he says, because I know at the end of the day he truly does love me. It's just too late to change him. Like, he's really gotten better, but it's too late to change him. I'm not crying. I'm just cold. Just wanted to say that. Daddy Reynolds, you were saying something.
I was going to say that, you said the difference between the generation is that, with you, it hurts. And the thing is, like, with the older generation, it's not like it didn't hurt. It was just there's like this with your generation, it's more of you're self-aware of these things, right? that cause you to hurt. Whereas, a lot older generations, it was just just bottling that stuff up. And then that's why.
That's actually true. Yes.
Yeah.
That's very true.
Yeah.
That's why they have these unresolved issues at like
Right,
60,
exactly.
70 that
Yeah.
they probably will never unpack. But you're right. We are unpacking it where
Yeah.
we are in our life, where they should have unpacked it.
Yeah, exactly.
Such a good point, yeah. Sully says, I felt I wanted control. I grew up to want to be a writer and journalist to feel control. I got drawn more to fiction writing, but then I felt bad when the other aspects of my life that didn't facilitate my life revolving around the desk writing. I had to take a break, still trying to get back to it healthily. And, finding that balance is really an ongoing struggle for a lot of people. So you're not alone, Slay. Our parents didn't really have a childhood. Exactly. Right. Exactly. That's so true. My grandma had 14 kids, and they had to all like start working at young ages. There was no like, let's talk about our feelings. There's no time, right? They had a war. My grandpa was in World War II, I think, and he lost his hearing, and there was like a whole thing. So our problems in their eyes is really like, y'all have it easy. We've given you the best life, Miles, saddest part for me is I don't know if people are joking around or being serious, and it gets me down since I was bullied severely in prep school, and that joke's directed at me. I feel personal. You know what, Miles? We're going to be talking about this because I don't think you're alone in feeling this way, and I feel like it's really important to make a distinction between you feeling that type of way and jokes being directed at you that are actually malicious in nature. It's not always a you thing, and I want to clear that up. So Lemon, you were talking about chronic anger as well. Daddy Reynolds, anger with your dad, or was it with anybody else, or not really?
Really, I mean, more of a chronic sadness. I don't know. It's
Like,
or
feel
less of
sorry
a-
for me?
Yeah, feel sorry for me. It was less of an anger thing,
Okay.
and more of a just feel sorry for me.
Yeah, feel sorry for me. I feel like for my first romantic relationship, there was anger. I don't know if it was chronic, but I do know that anytime we had a fight, it was always like I was scared to bring things up, to address things and say like, you really hurt my feelings, because they would just turn it around on me and be like, okay, if I'm so shitty, why are you with me then? And then I would be babying them and being like, no, but I love you. And you kind of like get that turned around, and you forget why you're mad, and you start questioning yourself, and you're like, maybe I did overreact. Oh, I'm such a shitty person. And like,
You end up apologizing.
yes. Not anymore, baby. That's not me anymore. Chronic sarcasm. This is so like number 2 and number 3. Number 2 and number 3 are.
feeling that
I'm feeling those ones. I'm really feeling those ones.
Oh my God.
Dave, you suck. That's what I would say to you. I'm gonna call you out by name because I know you don't watch these things.
Chronic sarcasm. It's a disguise for anger. So those people who have those jabby comments, they always got something to say, and it's wit with bitterness behind it. And I'm kind of coupling it with disparaging humor, because there are people out there who have the humor where they're always trying to shit on somebody, and all their humor is derived, and their fun is derived from putting someone down or putting something down. That person, guy number 1, would say that the degree that I was studying and really struggling with, my business degree, was, an easy degree. He was doing film studies, and I never, ever, like, demeaned his education. Never. But he always made me feel like I was dumb because I was struggling with a degree that's easy, supposedly. Statistics is not easy, okay? Let me tell you that.
Oh my God,
but
really?
that was a real trigger for me because I think I talked about this in my Power of Words Real Talk, but when I was a kid, I was gonna go to a gifted school when I was in Texas, and then when I came to Canada, the education system was different, so I was like severely behind and stuff, and that already messed with my, like, for a person who's always been like student council, honors, A student and all that, to like lose it all, a new country, there's snow, what is this? It really messed with me. And there was a book that my English teacher that I had in Texas gave to me, and she's like, I know you're gonna like really excel in stuff, so I'm giving you a writer's handbook that you can use to help with your essays as you get older, because I know you're gonna be doing things like before your classes, and I want you to kind of get a head start. And this kid had the nerve to like go through my stuff and grab that handbook and be like, announce it to the whole class and say like, this is why she's getting good grades, she's cheating and she's using this book, she's actually not smart. And that like messed, I know, but like at that moment, bro, it like messed with me, and I have this like insecurity of being dumb. Like I don't like it, or I automatically get super defensive if someone questions my intelligence, and I'm trying to work on it. But when that guy kind of attacked that and was like, oh, you're studying something easy, and like, why are you struggling so much, it's not even that hard, it like really hurt, you know? Yeah. So those jokes are not jokes. If something hurts you guys, you are entitled to tell someone that you care about that, listen, I don't like it when you make those jokes, please don't make those jokes. And if they truly love you and they have a healthy mindset and they have any level of emotional intelligence, they will say, I'm so sorry, I don't want to hurt you, I'm sorry that my jokes hurt you, I will be more careful next time. They won't pin it on you and say, you're taking it too seriously, I can't joke with you, wow, oh my god, you know I love you. So I want to put that out there.
Ooh, I hate that you know I love you. Ooh.
Gaslighting.
I'm feeling right now. Oh my god.
Heard it all. Okay, so chronic sarcasm, disparaging humor. Have you guys experienced this with friends, lovers, family members?
Sorry.
I've had.
Oh, okay. I was like, wow, you're a
have.
lucky one.
I had studied in French all my life, and when I went into Cégep and then college, that's when I started studying in English, and it was a big transition. So let's just say my vocabulary wasn't the greatest. And when I started, I didn't do so well. And I remember just being super stressed about my academic performance and did not think about anything else. I was just so stressed that I didn't want to socialize. I was just into it, you know, like Asian parents, like, if you don't get that, then you're a failure. So I was putting a lot of pressure on myself. And you know, freshman year, you kind of want to, like, everyone wants a party, everyone's always socializing, and I was in this small department where everyone was always partying with each other, and there's this one person that would always call me for, you know, wine and cheese, hanging out together. But she was the most toxic person that one can ever be with, because she was always putting everyone down. Like, Lemon, look at how she's like strutting around. She thinks that she's the hottest here. Or, oh my god, does she really think that she's gonna do that well walking around with her books? She might want to open the book instead of just walking with it. These type of comments every single day.
Those are not jokes.
Yeah, and she was also doing self-deprecating jokes. So it was just
balance it out, or what?
Yeah, exactly. It was just
To balance it out. Oh my god.
Like negative with like negative on yourself. So
if I self-deprecate, it helps you trust me, and now you will trust my.
That's true too. Yeah.
Well, it also probably convinces themselves, like, oh well, you know, I'm not I'm not a monster
Yes.
to that person because
Because I'm just
also
as
talking
critical
to
of myself.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
I'm critical of
so-
everyone, including myself. Yeah.
So I ended up doing my own thing, not really talking to any people from that department. And I remember her vividly saying, I don't understand why you're not telling me where you're going and what you're doing. It's like I'm not your friend anymore. And my space or my time for myself to like grow was taken, and she just took ownership of my own personal care time and put it on me. And that's when I was like, I am so done. I don't understand how someone can be so sarcastic, so negative, and take my life as hers. Anyways, so yeah, it happened to me.
Wait, she was upset at how you chose to spend your time, your self-care
Yes.
time?
Yes, exactly. That I did not share my everyday life and decision with her. Super strange.
Maybe if she was a nicer person, you might want to include her in your life.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, but
You know, just
she doesn't get it, you know what I'm saying?
maybe, just maybe. You know.
It's like 2 and 2.
Yeah. Maybe she needs to open up some books.
Oh!
Okay. Got him.
Oh, yeah.
Oh God, Daddy Reynolds, have you experienced this in any of your relationships?
You know, I think I have experienced this. To try to think of a particular example, I can't really, off the top of my head, think of an example. I feel like this happens more in my working relationships than it does as far as personal relationships. But yeah.
Yeah.
I have not experienced this particular one, or I don't have an example of this particular example.
Yeah. These are especially common in my opinion in friend settings, or like social settings. Sorry, friend settings, immigrant English. Social settings. 'Cause I feel like when you're hanging out in a social setting, everyone's chill, everyone's, you know, it's a safe space for jokes, and sometimes people just feel that it's okay to say certain things, anything, because it's a joke, and they forget that with anything that they say as a joke, there could be some kind of repercussions or consequences. So in my opinion, the rule that is healthy to follow is really question the jokes that you're about to say. Because, for example, in Miles' situation, I don't know if he's still here, but he was saying that there's something from his childhood and his time where he was severely bullied, that now every time someone makes a joke, attacking him in any way, even as a joke, he'll take it super personally. So yes, the onus on him to make people aware that this is something that he's struggling with and he would like help with, but also it's the onus on people around him to not, like, I don't see the humor in attacking people and making fun of them. I really don't get it. There's something special that people have with each other sometimes, where they're like, they roast each other a little bit. It's cute, it's fun, it's like a little bit of banter, which is fine. But we're talking about shit like Lemon. Yeah, like any of the stuff that was said to Lemon, like, that's not funny. That's not funny at all.
I have had that, especially in like social settings where, you know, like I have buddies that you feel like you can just trash talk on that, but then you have that one person who
take it too far.
Who's not, or yeah, they take it too far. But you know, if you're really good friends with them, maybe they shouldn't say what they do. But then you also have that one person who I guess feels comfortable enough to then join in and trash.
Who are
like,
you?
Whoa,
yeah,
I don't know you.
Like that. Yeah. I've had that happen in stream. Okay, so I have playful relationships with people that I'm like comfortable with, and then because people are roasting me, they feel the need to jump in and roast me too, and I'm like, not funny, because like I don't know who you are.
A relationship first, trust there before you.
And I think that's a social cues thing and an emotional intelligence thing. And I'm not saying like, wow, I'm so emotionally intelligent, but I feel like anyone
what is your EQ score?
Yo, is there a way to test that?
Yeah, I think there is. Yeah.
Ooh, hit me up. Yeah, right. But I think that any person with any level of emotional intelligence would know that there's just a time and place for joking around with people like that. And if you don't have that level of rapport with them, like, don't even attempt. Don't do that. Don't even go there.
My first boyfriend was he was my first serious boyfriend, and I altered myself completely because I admired him so much, and I adopted a lot of his rules for life. Like he was so charming and like, talented and funny, like high intelligence, like wit, and it definitely came off as like sarcasm and dark humor. And anyway, I altered myself quite a lot to kind of fit into his world, and it didn't work. He very much underappreciated me. My parents always told me later he was incredibly jealous of your ability, and that's why he wouldn't let you in, and like you couldn't experience any kind of intimacy with him, really. You were a trophy-ish to a degree, but then also, you know, like he wanted to surround himself with these things. But I just want to say what a lasting effect it had on me, to the point where, like, so I became this kind of sort of dark humor, sarcastic, snotty. If you like this particular hobby, I sneered at you and made fun of you, and it was gross. It was gross, and that was like my high school like experience. And it took my best friend, who was unapologetically happy with all of her life choices and joyful, and like, this brings me joy. You think it's weird, but I think it's amazing. And I'm like, I love you. I want to be like that. Why do I follow these dumb rules? And I sort of traced it back to this boyfriend, and I'm still dealing with that today. Like, I have a hard time knowing that, like, when, speaking of emotional maturity, like, when is it okay to kind of make this joke? Maybe it never is. And I'm sort of like hypersensitive now to that kind of humor, even coming from myself. And people always say, oh, you're so wholesome, Joliet. Your channel is so kind and so nice. And you would never say it. And I'm in here in your channel talking about how I have a rage problem. I'm really sarcastic and mean. Like, there's a reason. Like,
Real talk, baby.
I'm sort of overcompensating a little bit, perhaps. But I really can't tell sometimes when it's okay, when it's not okay. And most of the time, when it comes out of my mouth, I regret it, and I ruminate on it for years afterwards. Like, why did I say that? No.
I do that too.
So it's just a consequence of being sort of remolded to fit someone else's life, to fit someone else's requirements for being a good girlfriend, for being a good person, for being cool.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of girls abandon themselves to impress a boy.
100%. You lose
And that
yourself.
was me. So I adopted all of his favorite music, like, blah, 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 blah.
I know.
What do I like? I don't know what I like.
Know.
You know that
Who am I?
Runaway.
I
What
know.
is that? A Runaway Bride movie? Where
Yeah.
she doesn't know what kind of egg she likes. Like,
That is so interesting, but it's so common.
because I mold myself,
Yeah.
as like a chameleon, to whoever I'm trying to receive love from.
Yep.
And that is all. And so discovering yourself, coming into your own, like, being self-sustaining is a real process. And yeah, I'm
is the
still
right-
working on it, and I'm sorry if I'm overly positive. Slay was asking if we're going to talk about toxic positivity.
Ooh, we're not, but we could. But I want to
Put that on
comment
your
on what
agenda.
Joliet said about overcompensating, because I feel like trying to find a balance between healing and making sure you're not that person,
Yeah.
and healthily chameleoning yourself to your partner. Tough, because I do want to get involved with things that my partner's into. I think that's freaking adorable. If, like, he knows I love volleyball and he starts to play volleyball, like, that's hot. That's like, you'll get some, you know what I'm saying? But, like, if he starts to completely lose himself, or I completely lose myself trying to impress him, or like gain his affection and attention, like, finding that line, finding your boundaries, and putting those boundaries, it's tough. It's a process, but it definitely can be done, and it's something we should all be aware of when we're entering any kind of relationship with anybody, that we're not overly changing to or we should question why we're changing. Is it because we actually like that music? Is it because we actually enjoy those activities? Or are we doing it for the sole purpose of this is going to cause less fights? This is going to be make them like me more. I don't actually like this, but I know this is what they want me to do, you know.
A tendency of having this tendency where you sort of mold yourself very quickly, too much to someone else can also be a sign that you experienced what's called enmeshment as a child.
Oh, what's that?
Enmeshment is where one person in the household determines the opinion of everyone in the household, and you will be punished if you do not hold the same opinion. So if you ever meet a family that's 100% in a belief structure and no one has a differing opinion, or you're afraid to talk about maybe if you take on a different sexuality than the people in your household, or a different religion, or a different political opinion, if you are afraid to go again and you don't feel like you have a safe space to be different, that probably is a sign that you're having an enmeshment issue in your house. And so you don't know who you are. You've abandoned those places of who you are. And so you're trying to, so when you meet someone new and you want to be in a relationship with them, whether it's friendship, and you adopt their things, you start to mirror them a lot, and you're like, oh, that is good, and you actually don't know what's good. You're just trying to enmesh yourself to them because you don't have your own sense of self to stand on. Anyway.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't know about the enmeshment, so that was really helpful. Thank you for that.
We know the next topic.
Right? Oh my God. Y'all feeding me some good stuff. Punitive mindset. This is such a good one. You are responsible for the bad that happens to you. So your partner basically, what I was saying, right? Like they do something wrong, you bring it up, and they turn it right back at you and be like, well, you know I don't like that, so then why would you and it's unreasonable. Like you pushed my buttons. If you hadn't pushed my buttons, I wouldn't have gotten mad. But because you messed up, I'm mad at you. Meanwhile, they're the ones who messed up, and then you enter that cycle of like you apologizing to them for pushing their buttons, but like they're the ones who messed up. I feel like that is so common as well. Like them making you feel stupid for bringing up what they've done to upset you. They'll just pin it right back at you. I don't know if you guys have experienced that, but I definitely did in my first relationship. And it sucks because I didn't know any of these things. I didn't understand any of these things, and it would have saved me 5 years of my life if I would have known all of these things. Which is why we're having this conversation, guys.
Right,
Get out early.
Awareness to others.
Yes. Controlling nature. So controlling. This is where, you know, they comment on, for example, I don't like you playing volleyball. And if you actually cared about me, you would stop playing volleyball, because I don't like people looking at you when you play volleyball. And now, anytime I want to play volleyball, I would be thinking, like, do I not care about them? Is that why I'm still hung up on playing volleyball? It's true. If I did care about them, I technically would. It's not that bad. I'll just give up volleyball. It's right. And then you go into this whole thing of losing yourself, like what Juliette was saying. You lose yourself. You start kind of accommodating too much to the point where you're not doing things that you're passionate about and you care about. I don't think I've ever experienced this to that extent, luckily, but I have heard friends who have.
Me too.
Where it's like type of clothing.
Yeah, totally.
Type of clothing. I've
Or
heard.
a hobby.
Or a hobby. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've definitely. Why do you think that it's so hard to objectively see that that's so fucked up? You know what? Because it is.
I don't know. When I experienced it, I was like, this is fucked up, and that's when I just like I needed to cut ties completely.
Oh damn, you were able to see it.
Sorry?
You were able to see it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You were able to notice it.
Yeah, because if someone comes up at me and then tells me like, maybe you shouldn't like hang out with these people because they're probably gonna be like, they're just following you around because they want to get in your pants, that's whenever I hear that, I'm like, you are someone that has low self-esteem, and I will not follow whatever you're telling me right now. But yeah, I've had a couple of people tell me that the male around me are just there not for my friendship but for sexual purposes. And it is not true. At least hopefully. I'm like,
okay.
Wait a second, I don't know.
Well, hold on. Let's just say they are, right? Let's just say there should be enough trust in your character for them to know that, like, you have boundaries, or, you know, whatever the case is. We can't always control what people are bringing into our life, in the sense of, like, let's say they do have hidden purposes and they do want to get with you, right? But that
They're
person
still
should know.
respecting my
and
boundaries.
you're not going out of control, right? So it technically shouldn't be a problem, even if it's worst case.
What's happening with that comment is they're diminishing your talent and what you have to offer this world besides your body.
True,
They're
true,
objectifying
true,
you.
true, true,
That
true,
entire comment
true.
is objectifying.
True.
Yeah.
And you are being diminished to like you are just, your purpose is a toy in someone else's sex game.
Yeah.
And whatever you're offering this world is not good enough.
And that's the
What
only
brings them
reason
here-
anyone
Yep.
will possibly want to be
And
around
so
you.
it's that person needs to be cut from your life. Whoever says that to you.
And people, I could be out and about with my best friend, and they would be consistently messaging me, where are you, where are you, you might want to go home, it's late. And I'm like,
Controlling.
gosh,
Yeah, that's awful.
like, I can't go anywhere. And I ended up not ever going out because I was so tired of getting these kind of messages where I had to consistently comfort someone of my whereabouts, which made me lose myself. I didn't socialize as much. I was scared of hurting those people. And
that is a classic narcissism sign.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, but so usually they come from a very chaotic, traumatic upbringing where they didn't have a lot of control, and so they're trying to hyper control people. But they also have a great fear of abandonment. And if you can receive accolades because of how talented you are, if you're receiving a lot of attention, that person is chronically afraid that you'll see something better out there for you than them. And so they try to control how much of it you receive, so that the nourishment you're getting for your soul only comes from that person, from your narcissist. And if you receive nourishment from anywhere else, that's a threat to the environment, that's a threat to their ability to be the one and only thing in your life. And they will try to control that 100%.
To make you believe
Run
that
away.
that's enough, whatever they are giving you.
Well, they want to be the only thing that can give you nourishment. What they do is they kind of lock you in this cage and they feed you these little morsels. And this whole horrible narcissistic cycle. And the reason you stay in it is because that reward is it releases that dopamine. It releases that. You become addicted to the way they treat you.
100%. 100%.
But anyway,
100%.
That was not addicting, that's for sure.
You got out. Good job.
You got it.
Good thing they didn't do it right then. So controlling, also excessive insecurity, which we touched upon. You got to constantly reassure them, constantly do things their way, agree with them, do what they say, because if you don't love them. It's an attack, which leads us to manipulation, is what we were talking about then. It's a lot of if-then statements, like, if you truly cared about me, you wouldn't play volleyball like I told you not to. If you truly cared about me, you wouldn't hang out with those boys, you know? Which, luckily, Lemon was able to see it, but there are a lot of people that don't see that. They don't see when that's being done to them, because you're so deep and so close to that manipulation that you actually end up questioning your own opinion, and you start questioning your own sense of self. And it can be so damaging because I think it extends past the relationship that you're experiencing that in, and you carry that as a trait in your other relationships with people.
Definitely.
And I know,
and that's why things like this are extremely important. Or, you know, just even when you asked me to be on this, just going through and it forced me to do some research and everything like that, you kind of, it's just that self-awareness, that click of like, oh my God, I'm going through this as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, as far as you're not, you know, limb got out, maybe others will once they get exposed to it, you know, and it clicks to them that they are in this type of relationship. So,
which it's not talked about enough. We were talking about this offline, guys, before, when we're setting up for the show, that, you know, there's all this emphasis on sex ed and how to put on a condom and how not to get pregnant, contraception, blah blah blah, all of that, and the female anatomy and male anatomy, and all of that's very important, of course. But what's important to note is that there's also these type of behaviors that should be talked about, because there are a lot of kids that enter into these relationships young and they haven't developed the emotional maturity to process the trauma that they've been through or gone through, or the things that are happening at home. So they have these easy targets in school and they just like release that anger or whatever it is onto each other. And if we're exposed to this early on in our life, it might save us a lot of bad relationships that wound us further, you know. Yeah. Luckily, I grew up in a pretty religious household, so I didn't really experiment with boys and all of that in my early life. But so I was really out of all that. I didn't experience any of this till like much later in my life. But I can only imagine how damaging it is for someone who's like in their very formative teen years to go through things like this, or even physical abuse. There are kids who are going through physical abuse in their relationships. Like, what are high schoolers doing putting hands on each other? What is this? But it happens. It really happens. And the last red flag that I want to discuss with you guys is self-centeredness. And of course, there's way more red flags than this, but self-centeredness, they take more than they can give, and they only give when they feel like their needs are fulfilled or have the possibility of being fulfilled. And when they do give, it's easy for them to kind of like weigh that on you and be like, but I did this for you. And
if you can name the things you did, chances are it's probably not enough.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. And they will constantly use every opportunity to remind you of the benefits that they've bestowed upon you and the blessings that they've done and like the great things they've done for you. And call me naive or a hopeless romantic or whatever, but I truly believe when you love someone and you do things for them, it should never be a point system. It should never be, well, I did this for you, therefore you should do this for me. It should be like, I'm making this change in my life, or I'm giving this up because I want to be the best version for you. Like, you deserve the best, and I want to be the best for you and for myself. So then it's about you and less about like, you're making me do this.
Yeah.
Juliet had something really interesting to say about this, about sexual experiences and self-centeredness.
What?
the correlation between like
right. Okay. We were talking about narcissism and pornography, and how so if you aren't aware of what narcissism is, it's basically someone's emotional needs were ignored somehow as a child, and so they have very little use for them. They're not important. And as they grow up, they're not able to emotionally bond. They can act. They learn how to be loving or caring. A lot of them can even cry on command.
Oh, God.
As adults, because they've learned through movies or media or watching other people in their life how to have empathy. But they don't actually possess it for themselves. Anyway, sex can be very performative in these relationships, and you'll find often that you cannot emotionally bond with someone who unfortunately has had to develop that coping mechanism as a child. So that was part of my daily digest today. I was just talking to someone else about this, but I'm sort of susceptible my husband could tell you, to narcissistic relationships, because Daddy Reynolds and I, we were talking about this earlier. We're very people pleasing. We want everyone to be happy. We want to make sure that we're never the reason that there's some tension or anything going on, you know, that kind of thing. And so I diminish myself. I make fun of myself to make other people feel disarmed and relaxed and more. Anyway, I try every day now to kind of watch this daily digest of like things to look out for and red flags. Remember this, because someone's gonna walk into your life and you're gonna be like, I love you, I'll do anything. Oh, right, you're just using me. So, but that came up today. The video was literally narcissism and pornography, and I was like, this is really interesting. But yeah, that's where that came from. But intimacy is not a thing that is possible. They have a wall up because they were abused now as a kid. And so it's very hard to break down that wall. It means they have to feel, they have to be vulnerable, things will hurt them, and they're trying to protect their ego. They're trying to protect themselves. So sex can be something that's very performative. And masturbating to a pornography video isn't any different for them than having sex with you. You are just a toy, and you are the toy they are using to masturbate with. Yeah. That is an interesting, that was the interesting take of today.
And it is interesting. I think it's really interesting because I find with a lot of people who I've, so from friends, when I've heard of their sexual experiences or encounters, and they talk about people who are quite self-centered or selfish lovers when it comes to sex or any kind of physical sexual intimacy, I usually feel like it stems from things like just being self-centered and these. I always tell my friends, I was like, those are red flags though. Like people might just be like, oh, but you know, maybe that's just not how they choose to have sex. Like that's just they're very, it's very like one-sided, and that's just how it is. Don't make excuses for that. Like if you are not feeling satisfied or you don't feel good after that encounter and you're finding yourself questioning how it could have gone better, and you don't have the space created to have that conversation with them, that's probably not going to be a good relationship. I would highly recommend you dipset. There was a friend of mine who every time she met up with this guy, she would like do everything for him, and he wouldn't even take the time to understand what works for her, what are ways to please her. It would be a question like, do you wanna finish? And she obviously would be like, no, because she's trying to be like, I don't know why we do that, but like she was like, no, it's good, it's fine. And he would like freaking go at it 3 times, and she would do all of these things for him, and she would just be left unsatisfied. So I really feel like the self-centeredness has a way of coming out in sexual relations, and it's something to look out for and note, because you are worthy of being satisfied. And if you don't find this person that you're with right now doing that, there is someone else out there who is willing and will be open to talking about it.
And pay attention to the emotional bond that you're having during the intimacy,
that's true.
Because a narcissist will take great pride in satisfying you, but it's not because they love you. It's not because they care about you. It's because they want to feel good about how great they are in bed. Mm-hmm. And you're still a toy. Mm-hmm. You're still a tool for their own validation and ego. So make sure that there's an emotional aspect bond happening, not just performative sex.
Yep.
I need to admit that I was once upon a time that person. So I would thrive in trophying men. So it was men after men. I catch your eye, I will sleep with you, this satisfies me, you desire me enough for me to just let go after, because that will make you run after me even more. Mm-hmm. And after a couple years, I started realizing how I was hurting people that are extremely kind to me. And thereafter, I realized that my communication in bed is completely different. So I ask, what do you want from this sexual relationship? Do you want actual like loving relationship, or do you just want to have casual sex and whatnot? We need to understand and put some grounds so that we can respect each other, because I don't want to hurt you, and I'm sure that maybe you as well don't want to hurt me. So yeah, it is a thing to trophy people. Yeah,
Absolutely.
And I love that you mentioned that. Thank you for that honesty, because I feel like a lot of people believe that it's only guys who do that, but it goes both ways. I have been in a encounter where I didn't care about the person in that way, and I explained it to them, and they still got mad at me for letting them do things to me. But you really have to have these conversations, guys. It's not gonna ruin the mood. It's not gonna whatever. And like, take the signs. If Lemon, for example, in her situation, if she's saying that she just wants, let's just say she just wants casual sex with a person, that is up to the other person to make an informed decision of moving forward. And if he chooses, or that person chooses to move forward, they can't get mad at her for only wanting casual sex and being like, but we had a real connection though. But I told you from the beginning though. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen to
make
people.
Sure you communicate.
Communicate.
If that's what you want, don't lead someone on because they're gonna make sure that you're open about it like that.
Exactly.
I feel like over communication is not a bad thing, especially for like sex. I feel like it's so taboo all the time, but honestly, it's the easiest way to go about things.
Thank you. Yes. Really, really, guys. No, for real. Like, I've talked to people where they're like, I don't want to ask if it's the appropriate time for me to kiss someone. That's amazing if you actually want to ask someone, like, listen, I'm just wondering, is it cool to kiss you if, like, throughout the night I make a move? Is that okay?
That's sexy. Stop it.
Thank you.
It is actually really sexy. I'm listening to you and I'm like, yeah, girl.
Yeah. To me, it actually seems so mature. Like, he's got his shit together.
I love
that. Good,
right?
It's kind of refreshing to hear that is sexy, actually.
I know.
Yeah.
That's what's messed up, guys, is like there's this weird culture that's been created around dating and making the first move and the 3-date rule or the 30-date rule and all this garbaggio. And it's like, just talk about it. Like, I don't understand. I think we make things complicated. For real, guys? For real. We make things complicated. It's actually really easy. I like you. I had a nice time with you. You got home okay. And that doesn't mean I'm like falling after you. I'm just concerned because I actually like you. And like, I want to make sure you reach home okay. I had a really nice time. Doesn't mean I'm trying to marry you, but I want to let you know.
Yeah.
I had a good time. Let's do it again sometime.
Yeah.
Right? Bro, fucking talk. People need to just talk more. Seriously. You're pissing me off. Like,
I love you right now.
I don't understand people. Really. I don't get it. Okay. So we've talked about some very deep and great red flags, so thank you guys for that. A little bit of respect can go a long way. Ain't that the truth? The Revco got it on point, for real. Also, Fel, I see you. Fel's like, who asks that? Why do you guys ask that? I do want to finish. Of course I do.
Yeah.
No, I'm just
Hi, Kaicho.
Good.
I'm just here for no
Right? I'm
Yeah.
just
What a fucking question.
what a dumbass question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's gonna make me look at you like you're stupid, and I don't like looking at people like they're stupid, but I will, cause like that's dumb, man. Anyways,
I'll handle it myself later. Thank you.
right? Oh my
prefer it that way.
god! And you know what? I think it's so important. It's so important to talk about this, guys, because people don't talk about this enough. It's because you feel like shamed to ask for what you want. And you know, we deserve to be with people who understand our needs and are willing to meet those needs and do things to provide for those needs, and not make us feel like, oh, you're so extra, or you're a freak, or you're this or whatever, like you're too much to handle. Sexual compatibility is a thing, guys. Maybe you are too much for them, but let me tell you, Bob down the road, you ain't too much for him. Okay.
Hey,
All got a
Bob.
Bob in our life.
Everyone needs a Bob in their life.
I need a Bob.
His is a haircut, right?
Oh God, I'm kidding, guys. I don't know a Bob. I just felt like saying a name. Any name, and Bob came in my head.
Yeah, easy name.
Too many guys ask that. It's so shameful, Fel. It is so shameful. It is. Oh my, that's a leave. That's a skiscat diddly do on out of here. That's a never gonna call you again type of situation. I don't think I can move on from that. Real talk, guys. Side note, I think if I'm in a relationship with someone, or like we're getting hot and heavy and he's asking me such a dumb question, I'm never seeing that person again. Like, I don't think you can redeem yourself from that, to be honest. No, I don't think so.
Like asking you if you want to finish?
Yeah, do you want to do you want to finish? Is
I
that
think they
on
need
your
to,
agenda?
before, you know what? Okay, that's the thing. Okay, I do agree. I would probably leave a person that says that, but I do want to educate before I leave. And I think this is something that a lot of my friends have like had
Oh yeah,
issue with.
100%. I would
Whenever they leave a relationship, whenever they get dumped, the person never states what was wrong.
Oh,
or
no.
if there was something better to do in bed. Like, oh, did I do something wrong? How were we not compatible? Is it sexual? If it is, what was it?
Yes.
And then you could go,
Yes.
well, you asked me if I wanted to finish. Of course I want to finish. You know?
Yeah, I love that. I love that. Yeah, like I think the person I was 5, 6, 7 years ago, I was very communication was really hard for me, and I still struggle with that to this day, and I'm really trying to get better at articulating my thoughts and really conveying how I feel and trying to be like honest with myself and with the people in my life. And it gets difficult sometimes because I think in the back of my head I'm always afraid that they're gonna leave if I'm honest with them.
Yep.
But you know what, I think I've gotten to the point after my like last super serious relationship and that didn't work out, like I've kind of told myself that what's the worst that can happen? I feel like I've felt the most hurt I can ever feel in my life. So what they'll do to me is nothing compared to what I've already survived. I'll be fine. Like if you leave, I'll be fine, right? So now I kind of just like I'm open about things. I'm transparent and I talk about my feelings, but it's hard. So if you are struggling out there and you aren't able to get your thoughts out, write them down. Writing helps. You don't always have to be bold and meet in person and look them in the eye and talk about how you feel and how they left you hanging and all that. Like write it down. Better than ghosting. I really don't appreciate ghosting. Don't do that. Let's not be those people. Let's not do that.
And I'll just speak on behalf of long-term relationships. I think me and Daddy Reynolds have been married about the same amount of time. And that comment can certainly happen if you know your partner has had however long, if you've had to schedule sex,
Right.
which is a thing you have to do
That's
in marriage
true.
sometimes.
Yeah, that's true.
Just because, like we were talking, who were we talking to earlier? I can't remember, but yeah.
Oh,
talking about
bespoke.
the
Working
finished
like
comment?
60-hour weeks.
Oh,
and- yeah, the
Tyler.
finished comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, if I make a comment on where this question is acceptable, I'm gonna get unfollowed.
No,
by
you're not.
everybody.
No.
By everyone.
No,
Right, but
this
this
is
is something
important.
that really does, it can
Yeah.
come up. You know your partner is tired, you know they're exhausted, you know them inside and out from years of being
Yes.
together. Like
You
there
get
is
that
a
feeling
safe
that they're
space.
just not feeling it at that moment.
Right. There is a safe space there in your marriage and your long-term
Totally.
relationship to have this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It's not always a selfish act. It's actually a kindness sometimes.
I'm so glad you spoke up on that. It's
Sorry,
like in my
I was
mind,
sitting
I'm
here
like,
going,
I'm like,
this is all pertaining mostly to...
There's a scenario that I can think of right there.
Yes.
that I think
Yeah,
it's
yeah, you
okay.
can totally bring it up. Please do.
And
We
please do.
scheduled sex exactly the
Yeah.
time after having a baby to...
Yes, Papa Rex
okay,
nailed
are
it
you
there,
just...
too.
Yes.
Yes. And I
Papa
feel
Rex,
like
those
that.
kids are only asleep at a certain time.
Yes,
Exactly.
yes.
and if you're on a time crunch, I'm sure
Yeah.
because both of you are on that same agenda, like if you
But
know
I promise you,
Yeah.
you will work with each other to figure out
Yes.
how to
Oh, yeah.
finish that sex
Yeah, can we
conversation
reschedule?
Yes.
We reschedule
over the next couple of days. And you
Mm-hmm.
can drag that out. You can make that really intimate and exciting.
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
it can be a gift sometimes.
Yeah.
But only in the context of a safe relationship where, yeah.
I
Yeah,
love
I
that
always
you
say,
said
like,
safe because
I always say like I got you next time, and I fist bump.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's an opportunity. Fist bump.
That's cool.
that's cute. That's cute.
I got you.
I'll spot you
Yes,
next time.
yes,
I got you.
Yeah.
And then you can hype that up, and that can be
Yeah.
an opportunity for a real romance and doing something
Yes.
extra, and that can be there's there are other ways.
There are other ways, and I like that you mentioned safe, because I feel like when you are secure in your relationship and you know that person
Yes.
loves you, they're not pleasing you because they don't care about you. You're
Exactly.
secure enough to
That's
know
not the
that.
question.
Yeah.
They want to
Yeah.
please you. You can see it. They want to, but it's just time constraints or your kids or whatever. Work is whatever.
Maybe it hurts for like that season of your life. Like there's all kinds of stuff
Yeah.
that happens when you've been married as long
It's
as I have
true. It's
that you
100%
go
true.
through.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's true. Thank you guys for bringing that up. I appreciate that. Dee's like, is the question actually, do you want to finish or can you finish though? Because I try to hold back as long as possible because I don't want to finish first, because if I do, it's all over. Which is something that I think people need to talk about as well, because there are some
Is
people.
it all over? You can't use your hand. You can't use your mouth.
There are some
What do you mean?
people who maybe don't. Okay.
Pull out the toy box.
So,
just
okay,
saying.
Jolien is right, but I have to say one thing, right? We're going a little like side note, but this is important,
Yeah,
okay?
this- are we-
Oh, you addressed that? He
relationship.
said, okay. All right,
This
all
is
right.
important, okay? There is there are people who derive excitement and desire and passion from not having finished yet. So once they finish, you kind of like, they're not as like passionate about you.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Totally.
Yeah.
you need if you need that from that person, and you know you're a 4 or 5 rounds type of person, you need to find someone who is a real giver. So even when they end and they're like, oh, it's all over for me, they want to and are able to, and are that passion and that excitement is still there to the point where they want to just like please you. And this is so important, so underrated and not spoken about. And you'll always find people on the spectrum, right? There are some people who are gonna like finish and that's good enough for them and they're okay with you not continuing to please them. And then the other end will be people who are like, yes, they finish but they want more, and therefore they want their partner to equally be as excited and up there with them, even if they physically can't
Yeah.
do the do,
Yeah.
right?
I know
Okay,
what you mean.
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, totally.
Okay.
It's a vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
you
feel
wanna
like my wife
maintain.
will know. Like, I was gonna say my heart's not in it. Maybe heart is not the right order.
Oh!
You know what I mean?
Your
Like if I try to continue, it's
Right.
just
yeah.
There's other ways to make sure that the other person knows that you're still sexually attracted to them and whatnot. So I'd say
there it
I
is.
have
I
like
need
a
that.
really, really high libido, so I
Yeah.
could go on for like ever.
Baby,
And I
baby, give me some. Baby, give me some. Give me
you know
some.
what I'm saying?
We all freaks, baby. No, I'm kidding. I mean, am I?
And I was dating this guy and I was staying at his place, and it was just like it was just so tired, and he's like, are you sure you want to? And I'm like, I knew at that point.
Oh,
I
he
like,
was tired or
okay.
you were tired?
He was tired.
Oh,
He
okay.
was really, really tired. So I was like, you know what? No, I really do want to,
You
but
wore him
I
out.
see that you're really.
The mana bar is empty. No.
Go get that coffee right now. when
Yeah,
you're there.
right? Right?
But
Get
that's-
that power
it
nap
wasn't
in.
bad. Power nap. 30 minutes after coffee, you're good to
I'm
go.
expecting you.
But while I said yes, I do really want to, I know that you're really exhausted right now, so we don't have to. And what he did was just like cuddling me and making sure that I felt loved and that he still desired me sexually. So a lot of
That's so
caresses,
important.
kisses,
So important.
yeah, it's important. Even if you guys' level of libido isn't the same, you could
Matching,
still you could still match it in some ways.
Yes. Oh, I'm so glad you mentioned that. It is such a good point, because I feel like it's weird where they finish, or let's just say you finish as well, and then they just like pass out or something, and you're like, that means you don't really know me, because you know I'm not a 1 round kind of
Trust
person.
your
You know what I'm
gut.
saying? Like you should know better. The fact that you're dip setting, it's questionable. So yeah, I like the cuddling and like the shoulder kisses, a little bit on the back, the hair pull, like not pulling, the touching, rubbing,
It's
hair
okay,
rubbing,
It's okay. You can
hair pulling.
I'm into it. If it ain't you, it's me, girl.
We get each other spooning. Yes, Bane, tell me. We're talking about some naughtiness, Chris. Not pulling, sure. Scratches, yes. Recon, go off, chat. Go off, guys.
Don't be shy.
Don't
It's
be
fine.
shy. D says, I get a lot more enjoyment when I know the other person is also enjoying it. So I want them to finish first. And I think there's also the cleanup to deal with. Do you leave it there? Do you work around it? You just clean it up and go right back in. It's pretty like simple. But yeah, personally speaking, I will not be in a long-term relationship with someone who is constantly finishing before me. Because then I know that they are unable to kind of keep up.
You. Yeah.
And they also don't have the ability to control that, and I would be dissatisfied in the long run, especially if after finishing they're unable to continue, because some people finish and then they lose the solidity, and some people are able to keep that up. So it really depends. These are like I know we're getting super real and some of you guys might be uncomfortable. This is the real shit that I feel like more people need to talk about. Because when I first got into my first relationship, I had no idea about any of this. I always knew my libido was high, but I didn't know that it was okay for me to ask to be pleased and need to be pleased.
Yeah.
You know, it was a one finish type of situation, and I was like, guess it's gonna be my life forever. And I was ready to stay in that relationship forever. So let's not, guys. And let's really educate ourselves and get to know ourselves. You know, trust your gut, trust how you feel, and communicate that to your partner. So now that we're all hot and bothered, let's talk about some gaslighting.
This is a horrible time to ask this question.
Go for
Because
it.
I feel like with the hot and bothered, I have a Mr. Duck's bladder, man.
Oh my God, yes, please, please go right ahead. Go to the
Similar
bathroom.
topic. I need to pee.
Go right ahead. Let's go.
I promise I'm gonna pee. I promise.
Oh!
I'll go too. Oh wow, the comment.
I just got that. Y'all killing me.
All right, I'm gonna go get some more water.
Okay.
Which
Yeah, you see Juliet fanning herself. She's like, I gotta get more water. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, Lord have mercy. I could do a little post-coital cuddle, but I've been in those situations where it goes on for a long time, and I'm like, I kind of want to go watch TV and put on pants. Yeah, and you know what, D, at the end of the day, right, sexual compatibility is just as important as, like, emotional compatibility. If that's your vibe, you just need to make sure that your partner's cool with that and that you're on the same page with them. You know, not everyone's going to be up here, and not everyone's going to be down here. Some people are going to be okay with the middle, and that's okay. But I think what's important is to know yourself. Like, you know that about yourself, and you know what your partner's into, and that you can make it work. Every relationship's going to be different. You pull my hair, I will smack you. I'm a practical man. Go back to Captain Flop. I have no filter. No, I appreciate that, D. Yeah, no shame in needing that sexual compatibility. 100%, Chris. Sometimes if I'm not super into the sex, if I can tell she's enjoying it and getting close, it really hoists the flag right back up. Yeah. Very true. Very true. Now that they're gone. I prefer hours over just a 10-minute thing. Go off, Bane. Go off. Me too. And intimacy, man, it's not played up enough. Like foreplay, intimacy, that can really be hot. Okay? Hot. Lemon and I may, give some tips and tricks to y'all one day.
Yo, we
Spicy!
need to do a sex talk. We just need to do a sex talk. I'm not even
I
joking,
think
girl.
we need to. I think we do. Like, we get each other, too. So, like, we're really dishing it out. We'll explain.
Y'all don't want to read our DMs. That's for sure.
Listen, it's some good stuff in there. I'd be there for that one. Well, Recon, you better be. We counting on it, okay? Yo, that shit starts in a restaurant, right? Right. Okay, so y'all, I was watching a movie the other day. It's called Addicted. It's actually a really good movie. Y'all should watch it. It's about a woman who is a sex addict, and how it destroys her life. Real shit. But the side note is that she met some guy at a club, and she passed by him and put her panties in his hand, and he already knew what she wanted. Why can't you do that with your lover, right? Like randomly be like, babe, meet me at 6 o'clock at the restaurant, whatever. And then just kind of pass by them. Leave your panties. Know what I'm saying? It doesn't always have to be a random person at a club.
Cheeky, I love that.
I love that. When I saw that, I was like, oh, I'm going to do that. I'm doing that one day. I'm just saying.
I know what I'm bringing for you
Ooh.
when we meet.
Make sure they black. This is our DMs, like for real. This is exactly our DMs.
With like panties in our hands.
We're like fumbling in our bags trying to pay, and it's like just fly out. Truth, right? Hi, sugar. Intimacy starts right at the first course. I like you guys. I like you guys. I really do. I really do. Chris is like, what is sex? Stop this. You sound like, wait. I'm gonna try handing my future girlfriend a pair of panties. I'll let you guys know how it goes.
Oh my god, please.
Yeah, just do it day one.
Oh my god. No offense, but there's no guy equivalent for it. Like for me, if a guy gave me his boxer briefs, it's not the same thing. So
I'm trying to think if there would be one. Yeah, no.
I almost came back with a banana snack.
Oh.
Bad idea.
Oh, well, is that really a bad idea?
Just not put that together.
Like, I don't know. A panties equivalent.
I don't, because men are nasty and sweaty. No, I mean, hey, what if you're into that sweaty? I'm just gonna say that. After the gym? Hello.
Hello.
Y'all trying to tell me you don't work out and feel hot and bothered? That's a damn lie. Y'all lying to yourself. Okay, let me tell you that.
Jewelry is a bit excessive, especially if you're just starting to date. You don't need to do that.
Wait, what about jewelry? What happened?
Like to show that they want to, like the equivalent of like
oh,
a panty. That's
different.
Yeah. You getting him wrong, Recon?
Maybe like a certain way of how they look at you or something at the restaurant, or like leaning in for like a neck kiss that's super intimate. Maybe then what is happening? Oh my goodness.
I had her a jockstrap right after a baseball game.
Ew, whoa, now that's nasty. That's not what I was talking about. Oh my goodness. And if it don't bruise her, you'd have hit it right. That's gonna be a no, Chris. That's gonna be.
Okay, what about just like a condom?
Oh,
like
okay.
Like no, is that too much?
No.
Daddy's like
well,
I don't.
You know what? Well, no, I won't even say what I was thinking. Well, I guess I have to. Here we are. I was like,
and here we are.
But like, if you're in a committed
in my mind,
relationship,
I'm not thinking of like a packaged.
Excuse me?
Oh,
As in my mind, I'm not thinking of a packaged condom. Just like
it's just ew.
Here you go.
You just,
Oh my god.
I imagine Daddy Reynolds doing the thing, like whipping it. Where is this topic
Recon,
going?
We're trying here. We're trying. I don't know. Honestly, if someone is like really like their sexual energy is like as high and they just like hand me one, I'd be like, oh, I know what you want.
Right, right.
And I am mad.
Right. It's very rare that I say no to the person I'm interested in. You know. Sometimes got to be brave with what we wear. Married folks just get handsy. Hi, Papa Rex. Just get handsy all day. Yo, I love handsy stuff. I'm so entertained right now. None of this is like my real life. The Refco, I can assure you, it's not my real life either.
It is mine too. Yeah, don't worry about it.
So don't
We're
worry.
just living in like our hormones right now.
Exactly. I don't. Does a cock ring count as jewelry? I don't know. I've never really used one. Does it stretch? and then you
It
just
does,
put it on it,
yeah.
I guess. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm being educated. I guess jewelry. I don't know. Yeah, I still don't know the male equivalent. I guess the condom would be the closest. But if I'm in a committed relationship with you, we're probably not using that. Just
We're
right.
not using that?
Yeah,
Why?
cause I just usually don't.
Oh, okay, this is just your preference. Or
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Whoa.
okay.
I'm not saying everyone should do that. I'm just saying that's my preference.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I
Whoa.
was
Ho.
I think it gives
No.
spice to like bring some toys and whatnot.
Oh yes. Well, see,
Mhm.
toys are a different story. Which
I mean,
people?
a cock ring is a type of toy.
No, I meant condom. Like we're not using condoms. Yeah. That's what I meant. Like committed relationship,
Okay.
we're not using that probably. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Knew where you were on that.
Yeah. All right. So yes, plan B, or like, you know, there's birth control stuff and other contraceptive methods. IUD, that's the thing.
Mhm.
You're not lying. I go on Hi Kaicho, going on 6 years and pretty much every day whenever it's half the fun. Yes, it is. Ain't that the truth? So, gaslighting.
Yeah.
Gaslighting. Gaslighting. So for anyone who doesn't know what gaslighting is, it's a form of emotional manipulation where the gaslighter or abuser leads you to question your own reality, which a lot of the examples we've given today have had some element of gaslighting in here. So have you ever experienced this? And if not, what do you think is an example of gaslighting? So, excuse me, Daddy Reynolds, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, I have on this. I will not name who this is. Or, you know, it's not going to get as deep as talking about my daddy issues. But you know, I'm in a relationship with somebody that now that I care about them a ton, and I want to have a good relationship with them. And they are like what I call like a narrative builder. You know what I mean? Like this gaslighting is like you gave the definition, but they even convince themselves that this is kind of the way it is too. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, so they'll take like a fraction of the truth, and then their own securities kind of build out the entire rest of it. So like, you know, a couple times a year, they'll kind of have this moment. I tend to deal with the same type of toxic relationship, but they'll have this moment where they, you know, say that, you know, I don't like them or everybody hates me right now. And so then they take a conversation we recently had and have completely turned it on its head and made it something that it's, you know, is not even close to the truth. And because of that, and kind of what Lim mentioned earlier, you know, it's like every interaction I have with that person, I'm constantly on eggshells.
Yes.
And just so it's caused me so much anxiety throughout my life, you know, and just kind of second guessing everything I'm saying to almost everybody. They constantly tell me that I'm like being defensive or sensitive. You know what I mean?
Like undermining your feelings.
Yeah. So I mean,
And you believe it.
I definitely, exactly. It causes me to believe it, and I start questioning, like, is that the thing? And the only redeeming thing is that, you know, mutual friends with this person have the same experience. And so then I'm like, okay, because I'm not the only one, I know it's not me, you know. So yeah, that's been my experience with gaslighting for sure.
Kind of like what Joliet said earlier, where there's like an external person looking in that has to kind of point that out, and then you're like, oh, that's the reinforcement I needed to make sure that I now know that it's not a me thing.
Exactly.
And I think it's important to note that Daddy Reynolds mentioned that he finds himself being kind of drawn to the same kind of toxic relationships. And in one of the videos that I was watching, a psychologist said that sometimes the reason we're drawn to the same types of these relationships is that that's what we were initially exposed to with the first person who was toxic to us, whether it's our father, mother, sibling, first boyfriend, whatever it is, that there's that sense of familiarity where you justify that as behavior as being okay because it's familiar. It's like, oh, well, my dad treated me like this, or my mom treated me like this, so it must mean like it's okay, or this is familiar. I felt this way before. It must be right, or it must be good.
Right.
Excuse me. And yeah, the ultimate goal I would say is control when someone is gaslighting you. And we'll dive deeper into specific examples and specific things that you might feel when you're being a victim of gaslighting. But Lemon, have you been in a situation where you've been experienced any kind of gaslighting?
You know what? I'm still questioning if I have or not, because I don't think that I've only recently researched the word
Right.
out of nowhere because I just felt like there was a lot of weird things happening in my personal life. So I'm not sure whether or not I have been, which I feel might be one of the the symptoms of being gaslighted as well. Like, you're unsure if someone had made you feel a certain way, or question your sanity and whatnot. I've definitely been manipulated, but and yeah,
It's tough to see it. Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
maybe
it's
one
really
of the
hard to see.
examples that we end up going into, maybe you'll be like, oh my god, that's me. Like that happened to me. Maybe.
So Mandy is actually my my neighbor that I've known forever.
Hi,
I think you
Mandy.
did. There you go.
Rip.
Done.
Yeah,
Good
that's
friend.
confirmed. Exactly.
Good friend. Yeah.
How about
Oh,
you,
you know
Julia?
what?
Oh, yeah.
Actually, okay, something just came up to my mind, and this had happened like earlier during the year, where I was trying to form this little like community with a group of people, not really from my own will, but they really wanted it. So I was like, I'm gonna be a good sport, and I'm just gonna like be around you, and try to help you out. And they would just take the entirety of my time, calling me incessantly, messaging me on Facebook, Discord, IG, and whenever I wouldn't have time, or I'd state, please message me after 5, or let's just meet during the weekend because I have work. Twitch is my hobby, it's not my full-time
Right.
job. They would say that I am a bad person and that I'm I'm not supporting them. So then I would start feeling like a bit not at ease, but I would still continue being really transparent about the fact that you're using me in certain ways and I don't like that. Maybe just respect me first and then we can continue. And I did the thing that I don't think is something that I usually would like to do, but I started questioning and starting to investigate with other people in the community. And they started saying like, oh, I'm feeling the same way. Like, he's just hogging my time. He's not respecting my boundaries at all. He wants my address. He wants me to do this, like pose for him in like pictures for his, for his use. So yeah, I guess so. To a certain extent, is that gaslighting? Like, I felt bad at the beginning, but now that I've investigated, I was like, okay, it's not just me.
Especially not respecting your boundaries. Like, you were pretty clear about how you would like to be treated and how you would like your time to be respected, and still nothing. So I think that's definitely one of the conditions of gaslighting. How about you, Juliet?
Yeah, I think
Excuse me.
I'm on the same place as Daddy Reynolds, where I attract a certain personality type, and it's easy for them to find me, and it's easy for me to
fall in it,
and like, because so as a people pleaser, which again is a result usually of needing to meet emotional needs of an adult as a child. And so you diminish yourself, you walk on eggshells, you try to get your hands in there and create an atmosphere that's safe. That's a coping mechanism as a kid. So anyway, you grow up treating other people that way. What can I do for you? How can I make you more comfortable? You kind of lose sight of who you are. and that makes you particularly susceptible to gaslighting because you will do whatever it takes.
You're the perfect victim. Like, that's
You're the perfect
perfect.
victim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
It's
the
like
perfect
beautiful marriage.
Yeah.
Yes, of personality types. Nothing is ever wrong with me, and because you will bend and mold yourself to me, and that's exactly what I want. So yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
You know, it's you're being gaslighted when you get a lot of topic shifting, response shifting in an argument, and there's like a pattern that they follow. That never happened. You're crazy.
Yes.
Do you feel crazy?
Yes.
In your relationship, like you're going insane? You're being gaslighted. Congratulations. What about like and then they will say, well, if it did happen, I didn't mean it that way. You mistook it. Yes. And even if I did mean it that way, you know, like there's always some excuse.
Always.
There's always something, and it's always back on you because to them, their world, they are perfect. They are correct.
They can't possibly be
They
wrong.
can't possibly be wrong. Yeah.
And
so
you
they
should
don't-
know better. You should know that I love you.
Yeah,
So why
you
are
should
you
know.
taking it incorrectly?
Yeah.
Wrong.
Why can't you
Yeah.
receive my love?
Yeah.
Why can't you receive my
Why
I
isn't
wanna
this
pull my
enough?
hair to
Why am
that.
I not enough? Oh my god. It just like
Yeah.
becomes this whole
Yep.
thing. It's freaking annoying.
Anyway,
It's so
that's-
important to mention and to teach people that your intentions and the impact are completely different. You need to think about the impact of your words and your actions towards someone. And you can't just state like, I love you, so all of my intentions are good towards you. I'm friends with you, or I'm your lover. I just care about you.
Yeah.
It's the impact that you do to them. That
Your
is
intentions do not excuse the impact that you could possibly have on someone.
Mhm.
Yeah, intent is great, but it doesn't mean much if someone's hurt by your actions. Exactly, Subtracticat. And I find that that's why the humor bit riled me up so much, because I've been in so many situations, whether it's as simple as being in a voice chat with people that you're gaming with, like in a Valorant game or whatever, where there's always, or in an actual relationship with someone, whether it's friend or whatever. It works in both instances, on both ends of the spectrum, where people justify bad behavior as being a you problem because they said it as a joke, or because, well, it wasn't my intention to be rude, like you're just being a Karen, or you're just being X, Y, and Z, right? But the I know, but the
I may be a Karen, but that is no reason for you to treat me this way.
Ah.
it's quite frustrating. It really is frustrating. So we're gonna dive a little deeper into different types of gaslighting, but I do want to mention that Derefco has a very important question. Hello, confused person. How do you get the guts to create boundaries? Because I need some lessons, and I think that's such a great question. I could start us off and say, I think in order to create boundaries, we got to go to the root. So in my opinion, I would drill down to, why do you not create boundaries? Like, what has happened to you in your life, or what have you experienced that has not given you the ability to create boundaries? Like, why are you afraid to talk about what's okay and not okay? And I feel like once you kind of get to the bottom of that, it should at least help you with recognizing what your boundaries are and the people that breach those boundaries. Because if you have not recognized why you're constantly letting people breach those boundaries, I don't think that you can ever get to a point where you can have healthy boundaries. I feel like you really got to drill down. So that's my take on it. What do you guys think?
I
saying
think,
like
I think
that.
the Revco has replied actually. My work has this policy of assuming positive intent, but then things happen
They say
to you. So you think that person intended to hurt you, and it's like, bro, seriously?
Wait. One
Oh,
more
so
time.
are you asking about creating boundaries at the workspace?
But I freeze whenever something happens in the moment. I don't stand up for myself. Oh, that's a tough one.
Sorry, go ahead, Daddy.
Oh, you go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to like point
Oh, okay.
out that the person had replied.
No, it was more of a question of like, are we talking about self boundaries or are we talking about boundaries in a relationship? I didn't know for sure. Because what you said exactly, I mean, it's determining your own root cause of what, you know, what would form your boundaries, but I don't know if that's talking about with other people, or, you know, boundaries in a relationship.
Like, okay, Papa Rex says, how do you set boundaries with someone who does not respect them? This is really the issue.
Oh, man.
Because even if you're bad at setting boundaries, people will put them for you. If they recognize, like, I have friends now who, these are the people that I've allowed to stay in my life, who will say, are you in a good place right now to bear a burden with me? I have an issue in my life, but I want to make sure you're in a good mental space.
Love that.
By the way, if your friends don't ask you this and you do struggle with mental health, honestly, I feel like everybody does at one point or another. Please take it upon yourself to practice being more open about that and be courageous and say, this year I really struggled with depression, or this month, or I'm in a really weird space. Please don't be offended if I don't reach back right away. And that's a boundary, by the way. You're setting that up, even if you just throw it on Twitter or whatever. You're setting that up to say, anyway, please respect my time right now while I work on myself. So there are people that, or if it's too late at night, pay attention to those phrases, and they're texting you and they're taking up a lot of time, like, I'm so sorry, let's wrap this up, you probably need to go to bed. That is a sign that someone cares about you and wants your well-being to be prioritized. People who don't respect your boundaries are the kind of person who will just keep it going. Keep on taking your time. They'll just keep texting. They'll keep, it doesn't matter if you're like me, a busy mom, and I don't have time as much as I love all of my friends from the Twitch Sings community or from Twitch. I literally cannot come to your stream, and I'm so sorry. I want to, and I want to support. But I personally do not have the time, and they will respect that boundary.
Well, to give that time, you would have to take away time from your kids
those
and
who
family,
matter,
and so that's,
frankly, more important than you.
Yeah,
right?
yes.
So that's a personal boundary. If it's something like, okay, let's talk about church. Like church, that's a really fun space for boundaries and being overused for the name of Jesus or whatever it is.
Right, yeah.
Like this is, well, it's all for a good cause, or if you're involved in a charity or something that like walks around with good intentions, but it's draining the crap out of you. Like those are good places to have boundaries. Agree that you only want to do one thing a month, one thing every, and if that's too much, if that's too draining on your, this is how you set boundaries. You decide what kind of life you want to live, how you want to re-energize yourself at the end of the day with self-care, and then stick to them. Setting boundaries, in my opinion, is easy. Enforcing them is so hard. Yeah. Especially when the person that you are enforcing them against
not respecting
someone
them.
You desire so much to be in your life, and you're worried that having a boundary is going to offend them, it's going to upset them, they're going to leave, they're not going to give you as much attention as you want. And to that I just say that's so hard. You just have to try it. And by the way, their reaction to you will give you some major signs of whether or not you should let them stay in your life.
Very good points.
Yeah.
I would read your book, Joliet. I would read
Right? Right?
Thank you.
There's an American poet. Her name is escaping me right now, but she said, like, when people show you their true colors, believe them. And I feel like so often we know
Maya
deep
Angelou.
Inside. Thank you.
That's where
we know deep inside when someone's not good for us. I
was gonna say
we
Cyndi
know
Lauper,
that.
Probably also her.
We know it. We feel it, and we choose to ignore because, as Joliet said, those little morsels that those people feed us are so energizing and they're so rewarding that we kind of like live off of those, and they're like, and we just want to be happy for X amount of time because at least we're getting something. It's very, very unhealthy.
And when someone new is in your life and it's exciting and they're maybe even love bombing you a little bit, and you're like, oh, I like the way this feels. It's 6 in the morning and I'm now complete wreck for my child today, like, or for my work. I can't perform at work because I let this person keep me up until such and such time. Nobody is worth that. I know it seems like it's exciting and it's new and they're validating you and you've never felt this kind of like joy and excitement before, but please maintain your boundaries.
Really.
And once you enforce them, and especially if you can do it early on in that exciting stage of the relationship, it will be a sign about how much that person will respect your boundaries later in the relationship when they really matter and you need them to get off the phone so you can go to bed.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So you can go to bed, man. That's so true. Derefco says, I feel safer not speaking up because fear takes over with confrontation, because it's been scary for me to watch confrontation growing up. And it's something I have to change, but doing so causes a lot of anxiety, being put in the vulnerable position. So, okay, Derefco, let me tell you, bro, I totally understand how you feel. Like, I get it. I grew up in a environment where I always had to be like the good kid. And I had to be the non-problem child. So a lot of shit that I was going through, I just kind of like suppressed it, and which led to like heavy communication problems, because I was never able to communicate when things were bothering me, when who hurt me, why it hurt me, when something was done wrong to me. I wasn't able to call it off and call it up. So what I have done to combat that, and it's something I'm still working on, I don't know if it's going to help you, but it helped me, is I literally have like this mini outer body experience, and I push myself into the deep end. Like, literally, if there's an uncomfortable situation, I find myself like teetering on, should I say it? Should I say it now? Should I say it? I will like figuratively push myself and just start talking. I'll just like force myself to start talking, and then the other part of my brain is like, well, you've already started talking, might as well say whatever's on your mind. So you literally have to fight with yourself, and that's how I have learned to cope with it and deal with it. There was a situation not too long ago where I had done something very out of character, and I had really, really, really hurt someone really bad, and I was so afraid of them finding out what I had done, but it was eating me up because it was so out of character, and I know what I did was wrong. And I was like teetering when I was in the car with this person. I'm like, should I tell him? When's a good time to tell him? I don't know. And chances are, guys, if you've been in a similar situation where you're teetering, there's no good time. So just say it. Just spit it out. Get it out of your system. And I just blurted it out, and then I waited for the reaction and the response, and it was terrifying, but that's how I chose to deal with it, and I've gotten a lot better with it, and it really helps. I don't know if it ever gets easy, but at least you'll say whatever's on your mind. And if those people choose to leave and they can't handle the confrontation, well, then maybe they weren't, good to have in your life in the first place.
What I've found, and I talked about this with Daddy Reynolds and B. Liddy, actually, last panel we were together, is how lonely it is to set boundaries and enforce them.
Yeah.
And
because you're not the fun one. You're not fun.
You're not. I'm not in that channel. I'm not in that Discord. I'm not a part of this inside joke.
No,
but
I remember this
like
conversation now is like, oh yeah.
Yeah. Like your energy, if it takes so much of your energy, you just have to be really careful how you spend it, how you recharge yourself. But at least you're not running in circles, letting everyone take advantage of you and take your time. So just pay attention to how much is in your cup and how to fill it up at the end of the day, and then how to spend it when you have it, and be very protective of that. Your circle will get smaller.
Yes.
And it can feel like you're lonely sometimes.
I think that's
been a real struggle of mine this season.
I think being aware of what's in your cup is important. And there's I've had a couple conversations not too long ago where I wanted people to be aware that there's something in my cup, and there's something in everyone's cup, and you need to respect that and take, you can communicate it. I have had a bad day, can you talk to me? Do you have the emotional bandwidth for discussion or not? If not, then we can, you know, postpone, or I'll find another way to like, you know, heal. But yeah, being aware of yours, but being aware of others as well is very important.
Odd Little Sprout said, in the past, for me, it's been getting into a huge fight, and then it resolves in the case of them promising to respect you and your boundaries, and then they disregard them after a week or less to make it look like they tried. And then they'll bring it up to you and be like, don't you think I've tried? Look, last week when you did this and this, I didn't say this and this and this. But the fact that they're keeping a mental note of that, that just shows you they haven't changed.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
They haven't changed. Dee says, I had to set boundaries with my mom. I shut her out completely for a while. And then she messaged me like, clearly you don't want to talk to me, so I'm going to lose your number and blah, 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 blah. But eventually I was like, look, here's the deal. And I told her how I felt. I told her we can't get on certain topics. And she asked what we can talk about. And I said dogs. We've mostly only talked about dogs since. I know that was probably very difficult for you to do, Dee. And I'm really proud of you for doing that. And it's unfortunate that that's the level of the type of relationship that it's come to, that you can have in a healthy manner with your mom. But I personally have also gotten to a point in my life where I have realized that the relationship that I want with a certain family member, it's never going to be like that. Yeah. And it's just going to hurt me trying for it constantly and bending over backwards trying to make it so. So the terms that you had to come to with your mom, I've had to come to with this person. And it's sad because I do want a deeper relationship with this person, but you know what? It's okay. It's just gonna hurt me and damage me at the end if I keep trying. So
yeah. Learn how to survive those too. Some relationships you can't just walk away from.
Yeah.
I mean,
totally.
You've got to know how to, again, what your boundaries are and how to protect your energy and your space.
Exactly.
Dogs that's step one.
It's our I think it's important to note that whatever you choose that will help you and heal you is going to make you pretty as a person, beautiful. And I think that a lot of my exes that had bad relationship with their parents kept on saying that their exes would put a strain on their relationship because they weren't close to their parents and whatnot. But your relationship to your parent will not define who you are as a person. And
it doesn't have to.
I think it's really important to know that.
I agree 100%. I gotta agree 100%, otherwise I'm gonna be lost in this life. Yeah, it's all about breaking the cycle when it comes to dealing with a bad relationship with your parent.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Just using that as an example. I mean, this is cliche, but of what not to do. And you know, in my situation with my father, it's just like, hey, I'm going to be the best father I can possibly be.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's important to note that you're not always going to have days where you're victorious, right? There are some days where you will fall into the habits that person who was toxic to you had, and you catch yourself and you're like, bro, I'm being that same person that I don't want to be. And that's okay. The fact that you're even catching yourself and trying to do something about it, that's what makes you different. So don't feel like you're doomed to repeat the same mistakes that person made or did to you, because you're not them. You will get better. You are doing better. And as long as you're conscious of it and you want to get better, you will get better. Like, trust me, you will get better and you will be better. Yeah.
Could not agree more.
So this is a little list of some gaslighting symptoms or I guess practices that I found via some videos. One of them is that you feel like you don't fit anywhere. So because what is normal is being defined for you, it's making you question where you truly belong. Or like, maybe I'm different. Maybe there's something wrong with me. I had this a lot where the partner that I was with, my first partner. So, for example, we were walking behind this girl downtown one time, okay? And yes, she had a nice booty. But he was really, really going at it, like really looking. And he was like, oh, you know, if we ever get lost, you know, just follow the booty. He said something stupid like that. And it really upset me. Like, it really bothered me, right? And he made it seem like I was overreacting and I couldn't take a joke, basically. I couldn't take a joke. So it made me question, like, ew, am I that person that can't take a joke? Like, am I being so jealous and insecure? Like, ew, am I? Like, there's something wrong with me? And I'm not that person. You guys know I'm always hitting on all of y'all, okay? Like, I can handle it. Like, I can handle beauty and appreciate beauty, and I can appreciate when my partner appreciates beauty. So, like, I know I'm not that person, but he made me question that there was something wrong with me, and I was being super jealous. So then I just stopped saying anything whenever he would, like, check out girls right in front of me.
Fuck.
Messed up. Don't do that. Don't. And then right after him, though, I got into a beautiful relationship. Unfortunately, it ended, but he never did that to me, ever. And I was like, oh, men like this exist? What is this? So sometimes you do need to see someone who shows you a better way, but let me tell you, listen to our words if you haven't experienced better. There is better out there, baby. There is. There really is.
Bob's better.
Bob's better. Bob down the street is better.
He's better. He was objectifying them, and I'm sure it triggered something in you where you felt, am I just an object to you as well? Like, I don't know.
I felt
There's
like I
lots of
wasn't
reasons why
enough because I have my own insecurities about my body, right? And I felt like, well, she does have bigger boobs than me, and she does have a nicer butt than me, and she is thinner than me, and blah, 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 right? Like, all of these things. And, well, she is Spanish, and he really likes Spanish girls, and I'm not Spanish. I'm never going to be Spanish. So does that mean, like all of these things, right, that start going through your head? And it's so silly. So silly. Like, you should never feel that way. The partner that you choose to be with should make you feel like you're freaking magic and you're made of magic and you are magic. That's how love should be, in my opinion.
Hey, Tim.
Hi, Tim. Bigger butt. And Tim's like, but yeah, I feel like that's a very common thing that a lot of people go through too. They get you to influence how you feel about yourself and what you think about yourself, which gives them control, which at the core and the essence of gaslighting is that control. Yes. You also question or doubt yourself. So what Joliet was saying, you're remembering that wrong. That never happened. It didn't happen like that.
If you ever feel like you need to record your conversations with this person,
has that ever happened to you?
that's a red flag. Oh yeah.
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 And I think I've done it sometimes. Where it's me is that really what happened? Daddy Reynolds mentioned this earlier. The gaslighting is not just it's not actually something that it's always conscious that they're doing to hurt you. They truly do not want to believe something bad about themselves because it will shatter their very fragile ego and destroy their lives. They'll be in a mental asylum. So what they do is they literally believe the narrative they prefer. Literally, like it's a conviction. And if they were to take a lie detector test, they would pass with flying colors.
That's messed up.
Literally believe. Yes. So, but that's kind of a red flag. Like if you ever feel like you need to record conversation.
I used to always, whenever we had like arguments and whatnot, I would always have to go back on conversations, like text messages, and I was like, "Am I
God bless
wrong? Like
that? Seriously."
And then I just scroll, and I'm like, "Wait, but this, and then this, and then this." But then I felt so bad of
needing to do that.
Receipts. I was like, "Am I in the wrong to like point these out?" Because I feel like I'm right. And yeah. Is it bad to do that? Is it bad to like go back on conversations?
I don't think so. But it is a good indication of a not so healthy relationship.
Yeah, I think definitely.
My second partner, who was the best relationship I've had to date, I never had to do that with him. And if I ever did need to do that with him, it was more like, it was like a one-off, like, did I actually say that? Oh my God, if I did, I'm so sorry. And then I'd be like, did he say that or did I make that up? And then I would like go check. It was more like that instead of like having to prove myself. But there were definitely situations in the past where I had to, there were moments where I'm like, I wish we were in that movie, that Jim Carrey movie where there was a camera all the time. I forgot what it's called.
Truman Show.
That one. And I was like, why can't I be on the show right now? Like, I need this. I need documentation. Yes. Yes. A replay, but no. I never had that, of course. So it's really troublesome, and I really pray that the next situation I get myself into is not like that, because it's so exhausting. I have a bad memory, guys. I have such a bad memory. So if they're gonna say that I didn't say something, I'll probably believe them. So like, it's not good for me, okay?
Oh,
yeah.
I'm gullible AF.
Me too, baby. I get you.
I get you, boo-boo. I get you.
It's tough, man. I need a good man. Oh, come my way, baby. Won't you come my way? Oh my God. Plummeting. Ooh, self-esteem plummeting since being around them. Bro. So the example that was given in the video is people actually on the outside of your circle start to notice that your energy is different. There's something off about you. You used to be so happy. You used to be so outgoing. Maybe in Lemon's case, where she stopped hanging out with friends, stopped going out, stopped doing anything, there might have been people in your life. Okay. Okay. That's messed up when people from the outside can start noticing that there's something different about you. You've changed. And it's not a dramatic you've changed. It's genuine. Like, you used to be happier. Now you're always stressed out. Like, you're always dealing with something. And with my first partner, that's how it was. Like, there was always some kind of fight. Like, there was always something going down. Always something that we were arguing about. Which was so glad I'm not in there. Bro, I was trying to marry this man. Fuck me. Bruh. No. That's gonna be a no. Sorry, Bob. Constantly being guilt tripped. I think a lot of us have felt this as well. Truth being twisted, dumping the fault on you. I think what's so unhealthy about this is then you don't feel like you have a voice to feel any which type of way. You just kind of just become a vacuum and you just take everything that's given to you. Because what's the point, right? What's the point in explaining yourself or talking about things that hurt you or upset you or how you want things done if they're just going to twist it back at you?
Yeah, I've dealt with this so much where it's just like you talk about. There's something I want to approach in a healthy way, some conflict I have with that person. And so I try to do that as much as I can. And then by the end, it's a guilt trip. And I'm apologizing for hurting that person's feelings.
Oh,
when
God.
Really in the beginning, it was something I
about
wanted to
you.
bring up.
Oh,
Right. And I don't know. I've dealt with that too many times to count. So
yeah. Sorry, Bob. You were the hero earlier. Yeah, not anymore. No siree, Bob. Yeah, I unfortunately keep going to the first relationship, but it had facets of this gaslighting and stuff that I had no idea I was dealing with at that time. So I'm so glad I'm not there anymore. But the whole doubting yourself and your self-esteem going down, and the whole, well, if I'm so shitty, why are you with me? Like, that, so terrible, you know, because then it makes me want to reassure them that no, you're actually not that terrible. It's just me. Like, I was having a bad day, and then you start making excuses for them, and it's disgusting, bro.
I'm heading home. You know what I'm wondering right now is that if you're being gaslighted, has it ever happened to you where you're in a relationship where you're so gaslighted that you start gaslighting the other person? It's just like mutually toxic. You're just trying to both manipulate each other in a way so that things work out, but it never does.
Yes, because they present the idea that this is a game that you have to play correctly in order to get what you want. And so you are now predisposed to the game tactics, and you have to employ your own strategies, and
come out on top
you use their
somehow.
own against them. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
You're already
exactly.
like screwed if you're in a relationship that's a game, that you're playing mind games with them in order to
Right.
not upset them or not be abandoned. Yeah.
Mm.
Co-gaslighters, yeah. It's like, yeah, well, rubs off.
Ooh, being gaslit in a professional context. Have I ever been gaslit? Oh, yes, I have, baby. Oh my God, yes, I have. Yes, I have. So, this, oh man, Mandy. So, after my second relationship ended, I was a wreck, bro. I was like contemplating self harm, and it was like, I was to the point where I might not be here today. Like, it was bad. It was really, really bad. And I was contemplating going on antidepressants and all that. So, it was a pretty low time in my life. Actually, around the same time I started streaming to cope. But the workplace that I was in at that time, my boss was, I think she gaslit me a little bit, because ever since I started working there, I lost like so much self-esteem. I didn't even think I was capable of anything. I was already going through a very sad time in my life, and I was so broken that she just kept poking at me. It's like I was, Big Hero 6 or whatever. Like, I was like him, and then she just poked me. She kept poking me, and then I burst, and then I started crying in front of her, unfortunately. And she was like, "You need help," but like the way she said it was so
Like disgusting?
yeah,
Like disgusted?
yeah. And like, that's not something that you say to someone when they're just bawling their eyes out. And she's like basically saying that we don't need this kind of energy in the workplace, like you're affecting other workers, which is completely inaccurate. But she was basically making me question how serious my emotions were, and my self-esteem definitely did plummet. She kept bringing up my weaknesses. She kept bringing things that I was not good at. She kept making every opportunity sure that I would know that I'm shitty at my job. And it really messed me up. It really messed me up. So I'm so glad, Mandy, that you brought up the workplace, because it happens there too. And it's just as traumatic. She like emotionally abused me for real. Yeah.
Workplace is one of those perfect examples of this. You have a person above you that you're trying to impress constantly, and you play games in order to get on their good side. You change yourself. You do whatever it takes to get that promotion or get that notoriety, to go up the ladder. I used to work in the church environment, Christian church environment. And there was a tactic employed all the time to kind of abuse. Oh,
You're such a good dad.
Swoon. All right, so but and one of the things they would do is this tactic. It's called word salad. I don't know if you know. If you're familiar with, it's called word salad. It's where someone is talking to you and they're arguing with you, but they're like bringing up they seem to be like, you have this opinion of it, like they really know how to like drive a point home or how to argue. And in the church realm, what you do with what word salad is to try to manipulate you to get you to do what they want by putting like scripture behind it, which is so gross, so gross, and saying like, this is if you really love the Lord, or so be careful in your religious circles too about letting those things get used against you. It's just not a reflection of what all churches are like.
Right.
But this is a reflection of how prevalent toxicity is in every aspect of life, in your work environment, your personal relationships, and at church and stuff. So, and that happens all the time. If your heart was really in this, if this was really your calling for Christ, then you would give 90 hours a week or whatever it is. You would make it to this event.
Or you would donate more.
You would donate more. You would sacrifice your wedding anniversary weekend in order to lead worship for. So, anyway, that is that's so, and it's something that you work hard. You work. It's okay. This really represents a trauma bond circumstance with a boss figure, because they give you small or sometimes big, tangible rewards for doing a good job. It's a reward system. And then they withhold it for, and this can be, this is specifically a toxic relationship. They'll withhold rewards. They'll reward other people around you while you're watching. Think of yourself as a dog that they are rewarding and yelling at. And so you work harder. That makes you work harder. I hope you know that. You work harder and harder and harder. You're more productive for them. You become more efficient for them. And they will reward you, hopefully, but it will be on their own terms, on their own timeline. And it probably won't be what you deserve. At the end of the day, though, here goes 10 years. You've worked your butt off. You're not anywhere near where you should be. You're not getting paid what you should be. And you have lost all of your time, your energy, you're run into the ground, you're burnt out. This is what happened to me in the church. I got completely burnt out. So anyway, that's what you have to just be careful with boundaries and making sure that you know your worth and having that tight circle of friends around you that can see it happening and is not afraid to tell you about it.
Yeah. And surround yourself with people who reinforce your worth. I'm not saying that look for validation in people, but be around people who give you some of that loving. Yeah, who tell you scrumptious. I like when you did this. I'm proud of you for doing this. I noticed that you did this and I really like that. Good on you. Keep it up. I think you should do this. I saw this opportunity I think would be great for you. Like, you deserve that. You deserve that love. And we don't only have to get love from a significant other. We can also get it from friends that are genuinely proud of us and happy for us when things go well for us in our lives. And we're kind of taught to seek that only from romantic partners, but let me tell you, a good friend or having a healthy friendship can really go a long way, and we deserve that. We really
make sure
do.
It's someone who's validating you with literally no expectation in return. Zero expectations back.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Pavlo mentioned that what if these types of gaslighting things come from the parents, how to go about dealing with that. And I think Kaicho has a good point that, who it comes from is irrelevant. However, it makes it more difficult, especially when you're living under their roof. You know, they are responsible, especially if you're, underage or you're a younger person and you haven't kind of come into your own money and all of that, and you're depending on them for a lot. That can be a really difficult situation to be in. And I feel like, I think Kaicho or someone also said, first step is recognizing the symptoms of gaslighting and not falling for the false narratives that they try to create for you. I feel like living with parents who are gaslighting you can not just be damaging, but it can be really hard to combat, because that means you really have to have a very healthy and strong mind to not let what they're saying affect you. And baby, let me tell you, not everyone has that. I personally don't have that. So it will affect you. It will hurt you.
Gray rock it. I've got all these terms. Gray rock that person. So that means where you just completely turn off your response.
It's hard though.
And your emotions.
You gotta work on that.
You've got to work. Like I said, I'm susceptible to certain types of toxic relationships, and if I don't watch my daily video of this is a red flag, I will fall into this and I will start to believe it. I have a very terrible habit of negative self-talk to myself as a result of some of these relationships. So again, make sure you have a tight circle. Make sure that you're digesting the right amount of work, right amount of content. Like Kaicho mentioned, there's some incredible TikTok communities that have, that help you with this sort of these mental exercises and making sure how to build boundaries and all that stuff. But it's hard when you're living under that and you depend on them.
Exactly. And Derevko says parents and significant others' parents. Oh my God. I must attract these people, guys. Hey, don't we all? Oh my God. Can I get that video? Yeah, Derevko would like that video if you have time for that. Joliet, be careful about people that call you scrumptious, though. They could mean it in the way Solo Raven way or the Hannibal way. This is true. Watch out for that booty, guys. Watch out for that booty. You scrumptious. It's hard to rebuild after that experience. Yep. And Derefco says that church stuff is really messed up. Thankfully, my experiences were positive. Yeah. And not to make this about religion, but I do want to say one thing. I actually was going to make a post about this on Twitter, but I forgot. There's a lot of people that are or claim to be religious, but then they treat people like Joliet said. And let me tell you, baby, like I would like to think that I am kind of religious. I practice Islam the best way that I possibly can, and I'm trying to work on myself and work on becoming a better Muslim and everything. Any religion, most religions that I know of, teach peace and kindness and acceptance and non-judgmentalness, and ultimately believe that the judgment of one's character lies in the hands of a higher power or God or whatever you believe. So, when people who are religious genuinely internalize that and believe that, they're going to be the last person coming at you like that. Because they don't got time. They're focused on their own plate trying to make it to heaven, okay? Or whatever good place that they believe that they're trying to go. So they don't got time for all this negativity and bringing people down. So watch people who claim to be religious but don't practice what they preach. Because that can be so hard to, and so easy to get sucked into when you go to these religious institutions or places of worship where you think
the performance.
Yeah, because you think like, oh, this must be good because everyone here should be good because they're volunteering at the, religious institution. But it's not always the case. At the end of the day, they are human beings. So they will be flawed too. And you just gotta make sure which flaws are bearable to be around and which are like truly damaging. And that shit is truly damaging. Very damaging to be around. Yeah, ain't nobody got time for that.
Authenticity, is so important. Performance. Are they weaponizing the scriptures? Are they weaponizing to get you to do what they want?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. I'm so sorry, Recon and Derefco, that you guys are going through these situations right now. Like, you are not alone. Just know that. I don't know if that's any consolation, but you aren't alone, as you guys can see. Like, we've all been through our fair share. Some of us are still going through it, and it's difficult. I do see the time is 9:07, so I am a little past the time. Do you guys have commitments that you need to fulfill, or can we stay here for a bit longer, or what is good for all of you? I want to respect your time.
I'm good for a bit longer.
Me too.
I'm good too, actually.
Okay.
Put my kid to bed, so we're good.
Okay. Awesome. So we talked about being guilt tripped, frequently let down by them. This is another form of gaslighting. They promise you these beautiful things, and then when the opportunity comes, where are they? Not there.
There's some really good excuse.
Always. And then you feel bad for wanting things from them. The person I was with for a short period of time, luckily, the 1 to 2 hour person, guys. Now you know who I'm talking about. We've gotten at that level where I can just mention the time and y'all like, oh, him. Yeah, he would always say things like, oh man, if I just got the chance to show you how like amazing our life could be, the things I would do for you, the things I would do to you, like I just wish I had that time. And I fell for that. And I was like, because I was trying to be compromising, so I would accept that, yeah, he has family responsibilities, he's got work, he barely has time. I get it. I understand that. But guess what, guys? When the long weekends did come, therefore no work, or when I took a day off, or I would tell him, whenever you can take a day off, a vacation day, let me know. I will take a vacation day and then we can spend the day together. And you can perform all these beautiful things that you were saying. He would never do that. Never, ever, ever, ever. And it was so frustrating, constantly being let down, and it hurt so much. So, I would definitely say that if I was a healthier person mentally and emotionally at that time, I wouldn't have strung out being in this relationship for as long as I did, because I was I was a victim, but I allowed myself to be a victim for about a year. And notice how I said victim and allowed myself. We need to take accountability.
Responsibility.
Yes. We cannot heal from situations like this until we stop putting the blame on just the other person. We allowed ourselves to be, to ignore the red flags. We know deep inside what was being done to us was incorrect, and we allowed it to continue happening for whatever reason, whether it be like our own issues with self-esteem, self-worth, needing validation, being a people pleaser, whatever it is. We all have our shit that we're dealing with, right? But I feel like what truly helped me heal is accepting that, yes, what he did was wrong, but I let him constantly. He kept letting me down, and I kept taking him back. Mm-hmm. So we need to accept that when it's our fault as well. Kaicho says, if you played a sport, we would be closer, and maybe we could shop for a truck for you. High school me, joins soccer, makes varsity, dad never shows up.
Oh my god.
Oh goodness. Oh Kaicho,
Oh
baby,
my
I'm
God.
so sorry. Wow. Yeah.
Bruh.
That's why I like making plans, because it tells me who I can rely on. Very true. And if you find yourself questioning, are they going to follow through this time? Are they actually going to show up? It's probably not a healthy relationship, guys. You shouldn't be making plans with someone and then wondering if they're going to show up. Mm-hmm. Like, that's messed up. That's no trust right there. And you're frequently being lied to. Y'all already know my girl story where I was like, was there a girl there? No, I'm alone working at home. So there were many instances like that. Didn't even try to hide it. God. But, you know, we really live and we learn. And I definitely know what to look for. And I value myself enough to know how I need to be treated. And I will say that you should never be shamed for knowing how you want to be treated and requesting or requiring that you be treated in a certain way. When someone starts shaming you and saying your standards are too high, you're so high maintenance, you're asking for too much, all of these are really these are red flag statements. Like, if someone's saying this stuff to you, chances are they already know that they're not going to be able to meet those standards. So they're trying to make you question them so you can bring them lower, and therefore they can try to at least like kind of pass by and do at least a little something enough to please you and keep you around. So in this talk about toxic relationships, is anyone going to bring up Raven's League of Legends obsession?
Yeah. My thought went there as far as, well, can I talk about toxic relationships with like gaming? Is that something?
I mean, it exists in every realm, eh? That's what's League is a different ball game. Never lower your self-worth for anyone. Yes, but unfortunately, because if you have had previous trauma or experiences in life where people who you truly value did not value you back, it could create some unresolved self-esteem issues that make you question your self-worth. And that's a whole other battle that you need to face and deal with and heal from. So it's sometimes a little easier to tell people that, like, you deserve better and you should know what you're worth, but actually believing it and seeing it yourself and loving yourself is it's tough, man. It's tough. Maybe see you guys tomorrow. Confused person, thank you for making us part of your night. I appreciate it. And if you are heading off, I hope you have a wonderful night. Thank you for being here. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
It's like morning for him.
Oh,
Yes,
have a nice day at work.
oh, have a nice day at work. I actually don't know where he is.
Malaysia.
Oh, gotcha. All right, so we have talked a little bit about manipulation and emotional abuse. And in terms of emotional abuse, why do you think emotional abuse is harder to spot for people? So physical, the I guess extreme other end is physical abuse, and those actually leave physical wounds and scars. But in terms of emotional abuse, we know it's more implicit, but it still hurts. So why do you think that it's harder to spot? and kind of like
This is
take
where-
control of.
This is where I would bring up that trauma bond again, where someone has come into your life that is fulfilling an emotional need that you really need met. And you ignore their red flags. You ignore them, you shoot them down, you make excuses for them because you're getting something that you need. And maybe you were denied for years or as a kid. And so you just decide, you choose, you make that sacrifice. None of these other things are as important. And then you're kind of stuck. Or, like you were talking about that future faking thing where they promise you it's going to get better. It's going to get better. And they string you along with a carrot on a stick for years and years and years. And there always seems to be something. But that trauma, like wanting to work really hard to get back to that place where they made you feel like you were the sun and the moon, they made you feel like you were magic, your relationship felt otherworldly, soulmates, maybe was a term that was thrown around, something like that. And then, but they couldn't keep up that act, and so you wonder what you did wrong.
Yeah.
So you're trying to fix yourself. You're trying to make difference. You're trying to make a change. It's never a why am I there's never a decided thing when you don't want to accept that you're in a toxic relationship. You're always hopeful that it will get better. The point seems to never come where you decide, no, this never got better, and you get out because you keep getting strung along. You keep getting, yeah.
And I think emotional abuse is also harder to spot because you're being fulfilled, like Joliet said, so you think everything is going fine. But also, I think it's harder to spot because it's so easy to demean or undervalue, or I guess, demean the effects of it. Like saying you're overreacting, or like saying it's not that big of a deal. You can't do that with physical scars, right?
Right.
But if it's emotional, you can talk it down so that it doesn't seem as big of a deal, and you don't even know that you're being emotionally abused when you are.
Yo, nice one, Papa Rex. If we get married, it will get better.
Ooh, if we have kids.
If we have
will get
kids,
better.
it will get better.
Baby, do not do. Don't have kids to fix a marriage or a
Oh,
relationship.
Yeah,
don't
please
do it.
don't.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, just want to say that because a lot of people do that, and it rarely ever works out, guys. So don't do that.
Yeah.
It needs to be right before you commit to that person.
Yes.
It can't be a promise only after.
Oh. Yes. Yes. Exactly. What about you, Lemon and Daddy Reynolds? Why else do you guys think emotional abuse is harder to spot?
I think it's hard to spot when the person always tries to be nice. So it's their words are different from their actions, and that is very conflicting because they will say, well, I really didn't mean it, I really love you and I'm trying my best, but it's confusing because I have this like emotional baggage as well that I need to unfold and whatnot. And this is one thing that's really important, I find. If you can see right off the bat that a relationship might be toxic if someone's coming with their emotional baggage and laying it all on top of you, because they give you the burden, they give you the responsibility of fixing them, or they, in whichever way it is, like, oh, you are the only person that can fix me and you're beautiful, take these away from me. So yeah, giving power to the other person, but in not the right ways.
And they might actually be going through something. They might genuinely have a lot of trouble, and it's not a good time for them. Please accept that.
Yeah.
And they will let you out. They will let you out of it and say, this isn't a good time for me right now. You deserve better. I'm going to go work on my S, and I'll be back to hang out. You know, maybe I'll check in with you after this has been resolved. That's an example of a healthy person who has a lot of stuff going on.
Yes.
Because it shows they care about you.
Yeah, definitely. I remember, so my first relationship, I was truly in love with that person. I was just like running after him and just asking, you know, we were friends, and I kept on asking him out because I just loved him to pieces. And he would be kind enough to himself and respectful enough to me to say, I'm not in the right space to be in a relationship right now. I truly am attracted to you, but I can only be friends with you at this moment. And if things go and things get better, maybe we can be together, but also I would prefer it being healthy and just being friends for now.
I love that.
And that would make me fall even more in love with
right. Why are you so mature?
Respect for yourself is just so
and respect for
beautiful.
me.
Yeah, attractive.
It's very attractive.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Ugh,
See, this is why we need to get our shit together, guys. We become more attractive to the people
that is
around
very
us.
true.
Listen, it's this unfortunate false romanticizing of brokenness that has been fed to us. Okay, it's not sexy to be broken and have someone heal you and fix you. Okay, you need to fix yourself.
It's not real.
It's not
Yeah,
real.
I mean, how many times do you hear like, well, the thing that is bad about them is the thing that makes them most interesting. You know what I mean?
Oh my God, Daddy Reynolds! If only you knew. I've had such a terrible conversation where someone had told me I cannot connect with anyone. I find that everyone's fake. They look too wholesome in their communities and whatnot. I find no interest in them because they're not real. They don't show that they're broken and whatnot. I don't purposely show that I hurt in certain ways to everyone, you know? It's not because you're broken that you're interesting as well.
Yeah.
There are people that haven't been in pain as much but have the decency or you know, the curiosity of life and to, you know, travel or to discuss with people and read and research, and that makes them extremely interesting as well. So yeah, sorry, like that ticked me off right away.
Right.
That is such a good point, though. That is such a good point. So I actually know someone in my life who's had a history of going after people that are broken because she enjoys the feeling that she gets when she fixes them. She enjoys the feeling of being
white knighting.
The only one who stuck around through their bad times, the only one who could put up with his bad anger, the only one who could take all his abuse and bad habits. Like she that's a prize for her. But in my opinion, she's completely losing herself. Like, who is she? She has no boundaries. She has no values. It's all about the other person and making sure that you are taking everything for that person. Any shit that comes, any bad mouthing he does, she's like, but if I want to be the one who like sticks around. He always makes me feel that I'm the only one who has ever been good to him and stuck around for this long. So she's living off of that high, being the only, you know.
Being put on the pedestal is toxic.
And it is addicting. It is addicting being told no one has ever blah, 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 blah. You are the only one, blah, 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 blah. There was a time where that was like music to my ears, baby. But then I realized people were figuring out that was music to my ears, and they were using that as a way of controlling me. And I was like, nah, baby, nah. So I stopped. But, you know, I just feel like it's important to know what your triggers are and what things people say that will reel you back in. And once you're aware of that, you will hopefully not be as susceptible to be reeled in with those things, hopefully. Hopefully, at least. can't fix people. Yeah, exactly. Which actually brings us to our next point is, do you think people can change? Do you think people are capable of changing? What about you, Daniel, Daddy Reynolds?
I think, you know, I feel like there's like varying levels of toxicity. You know what I mean? And it's like depending on what is the root cause of the toxic behavior in a relationship. You know, how big that was, what kind of trauma that is, would take almost the equivalent type of trauma in order to get that person out, you know, to change that person. So, you know, just like thinking about myself, you know, I've been married 15 years now, and just thinking, and like I said, we've been together. I was 16, she was 15. Prom king, queen, all that stuff. And, you know, I think that, I'm not trying for the alls, but no, but I think, you know, there was a time there, probably around the time I was 23 to 25 years old, that I think I look at some of these toxic relationship, you know, things, and I can look at it and go, I think I was guilty of some of those, for sure, you know. And so I think that, yeah, people can change, whether it be something that happens in their life or just age, maturity, you know, and just also just coming to terms and learning, you know, through things like this, maybe some of your own things, self-evaluating, looking at it, am I guilty of any of these things? And I think that, I can't speak for y'all, but I think that looking deep into this stuff, you start to look at some of these things and go, you know, I'm not completely innocent here. I mean, maybe
accountability.
I'm guilty of this type of thing. Yeah, maybe I'm guilty of this type of thing. So, yeah, I mean, I would hope people can change. You know, I think there are certain, you know, physically abuse, you know, people that are physically abusive, that's going to be a hard thing to change. You know, it's going to take a drastic life event in order to change that person. So, yeah, that's kind of how I feel about that.
I like that you mentioned the physical abuse, because I think in my eyes, change is like a two-tiered approach, in the sense, that's why I said I agree with Subtracticat for saying sometimes, because I do believe that if someone genuinely wants to change, they put in the work, they recognize, they evaluate themselves, introspection, all of that, they can definitely change. But the root of change, in my opinion, is that when it's in relation to people, is just because you have changed as a person, you can't control how someone else will perceive that change. They might not believe you. You might have diminished all the trust. So even if you do change and you're a brand new person and you promise you'll never do those things to them again, you have already eroded that relationship to its core, that they may never want to rebuild anything with you again. And at that point, the onus is on you to accept that and move forward from that. You cannot force people. You should not force people. You are not entitled to force people to take you back or accept that you've changed or whatever X, Y, and Z. That's where accountability comes in. I messed up. I was not a good person. I was shitty to you. And even though I've changed, there's no pressure or requirement for you to accept me and believe me. I have lost that place in your life, and I'm not entitled to that place in your life. Sometimes I feel like when people change, they're so happy and proud of it that they want to try to show people, like, look, I'm better now. But you won't always be believed. So I do believe that people can change if they want to, if they put in the work to do it, but they cannot change if they do not want to. No amount of love, no amount of sex will make someone change, love you better, treat you better, whatever the case is. It's, if you always feel like, if I do this, then they will blah, blah, blah. That's not how it works.
And a lot of it's being oblivious to the fact that they need to change. You know what I mean? Like, there's not even a problem.
That is true,
so
too.
What am I changing?
Yeah. What do I need to fix?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real toxic relationships, you need to change. You need to fix them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jess asked an interesting question, Princess Jess. She said,
Hi,
how do
Jess.
you know? What if they have completely valid reasons that they're promising to make changes? They're promising, and the reason they can't follow through with them is because of time or whatever. That doesn't matter, is my answer to that. I think that you need to do what's right for you
Yes.
in that exact moment. And if your needs aren't being met, if you feel sick or like confused or crazy, if your mental health is taking a dive bomb, like is being dive bomb, then you need to get out. Maybe they will change. Maybe they will follow through with what they're going to do, but that is not up to you, and it's not your responsibility to help facilitate it. You need to make the right choice for yourself first, in order to preserve your own mental health. But I agree completely with Raven. She said it's up to them to want to change, and it's very likely that they've burned a lot of bridges. And those people have every right to protect themselves and say, I will never trust that person again.
Exactly.
I was hurt too much.
Yeah.
And if they realize the damage that they did, hopefully that facilitated their actual change, then they will respect your boundaries and leave you alone.
Yeah, exactly. Princess Jess also said, do you think you can respect someone again that you have lost all respect for, and can a relationship come back from that? Honestly, I'll be completely honest with you guys. Honestly, the older I'm getting, the more I'm realizing that I just don't have tolerance for a lot of shit. And I feel like once you're out, you're out pretty much. Like, I will be civil with you, I'll be cordial with you, but I'm done. I'm so done.
But don't let them back in.
No, and I'll tell you why. It's cause I don't think I'm a handful as a person. I feel like who I was 7-8 years ago, I was a handful. I was emotionally immature, and I didn't have as much emotional intelligence. I wasn't as self-aware. I wasn't on like this tough of a journey of trying to become better and self-improve and all of that. So if you have burned the bridge to the point where like I don't trust you anymore and the trust is gone, you must have done something pretty bad. And if it's pretty bad, I ain't bringing you back, right? Like, this is my haven that I have worked so hard to like heal and protect and create, and I just cannot have the possibility of you returning and, you know, disheveling things again. So it's going to be a no for me. But there are some people who have the emotional capacity to give someone another chance and take that that relationship on again. And I think it's person to person, in my opinion.
Yeah, it is person to person. I did have like both experiences where I tried bringing someone back and then it was just like a total disaster. And then there's another one where I was in quite a toxic relationship with someone, but we just loved each other like to this kind of weird obsession. And then we would break up, come back together, break up, come back together. And then I finally took the decision I cannot be with that person anymore because this is just so draining. Yeah. And then once we split up, for a couple of months we didn't talk to each other at all, and then we came back and it was kind of awkward, but we were at this stage of our life, I suppose, or like we've thought about it, you know, we've reflected and we started reflecting together on our past experiences, like what did I do wrong? What did you do wrong? How have we grown through this, and what had happened between like those months that we haven't spoken? And through those kind of like small conversations, we kind of rekindled a friendship. And I'd say like right now he's one of my closest friends, even though we almost like pulled each other's head off at some point, but we were able to, you know,
when
connect.
It is so draining, the space is a really good exercise. To see, like, oh, okay, reevaluate. You're not so intoxicated, so to speak. With their very spell of who they are, the very smell of them. I like that.
Oh, which is such a great segue to the end of this, which is, what are some tips to detox? from a toxic relationship. So Joliet mentioned space. Lemon
Oh,
mentioned
I do want to
space.
say before we move on to the next one, if you marry someone, please give them a chance and go to counseling. And if you are in a long-term committed relationship with somebody, give yourselves time and space to heal. If you're discovering that you have problems that you're dragging into your relationship from your childhood, make sure that you love each other enough to allow for some healing, get some counseling, spend time apart, whatever it is. When you get to the core of that, I think, I don't want to say you owe it to your spouse. It depends on how bad the damage is. But you're asking about, can people change? Do we wait for them to change? I would say from a marriage standpoint, give it time and give it the proper amount of time. And you usually need a mediator, like counseling, to help you know what is a proper amount of time to wait for this change. Or is it just extreme circumstances? Quarantine is extreme circumstances. Please don't divorce in quarantine. This is not how life is supposed to be. Or, maybe it's revealing some things that have always been a problem and amplifying them.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And by that same
Detoxing.
token, if you don't feel like you have the emotional capacity to stay along for the ride of them changing,
Welcome, fellow Raven.
that's okay too.
That's okay
to
too.
recognize that I don't think I can do it. Like, I know this process is going to be really difficult and I don't think I can stick around for it. I think you need to fix yourself away from me, and then maybe we can reconnect after this has been fixed. But right now this ain't working for me. That's okay too. I feel like there's a lot of people who are in relationships where they're being forced to stay because they're being like guilt tripped in a weird way because the person has mental health issues or mental health mental
Welcome,
illnesses, or they have suicide. They're struggling with self-harm. They're struggling with addiction, and that's how they sometimes could possibly use their things that they're struggling with to keep that person around. Like, if you leave, I don't know if I can live with myself. I don't know if I can live. I don't know if I can, do X, Y, and Z. And that is a huge burden to put onto someone. And there are some people who are living it, dealing with it, and they want to, they're happy to do it. But if that's not you, that's okay. They need professional help, and you are not that professional help. So do not feel ashamed to walk away from that. It's not your fault. It doesn't make you a bad boyfriend or girlfriend or partner. It doesn't make you a bad person, leaving them in their worst times.
You have to do what's right for you.
Yes, and they
Even
need
if
to
it
do
is
what's
an
right for
extreme
them.
circumstance, that's completely understandable. Like quarantine, that is still my first, measure it based on what you need. Don't drive yourself crazy. Besides, a person, even in an extreme circumstance, will still have loving kindness behind their intent and their work. They're not going to mistreat you. If you're in a relationship with somebody and quarantine is making the worst of them, or these extreme circumstances are just really what they're doing is just revealing the core of their character. And if that's, I loved that part of my marriage counseling was, what tragedies have you two experienced together? Because that will really show you what a person acts like when the pressure is on. Because that's what makes or breaks a relationship. That can really make or break a relationship, and it should make or break a relationship. Anyway,
That was beautiful. And so detoxing, you said, take that therapy if you need it. Take that
go to therapy
if you need it.
Binge these YouTube content channels. Make yourself
totally.
a list. Make sure you remind yourself of all the red flags, and surround yourself with good people.
Yes.
Who can help you see, because you're probably blind to a degree. Or if you're like me, you're making excuses for them. You're justifying it. You're like, no, this is just blah blah blah. And make sure you have people who are pouring truth into you with literally no expectation of return.
Yes. And giving you that love. And I feel like getting that love from, friends or loved ones healthy love, like how Joliet said, without any expectation, you can hold your significant other or future partner at that level. That's what I started to do when I started streaming, and I was really feeling like I was healing from streaming. This person, the 1 to 2 hour guy, he wasn't even meeting the bare minimum of what streaming was doing for me and what my community was doing for me. You should be exceeding that. So I had a bar that he had to hit, and he was not hitting it. So but if you don't have people around you that are treating you well, your bar is very low. So you will settle for those crumbs, which I was settling for crumbs. So surround yourself by with people who give you, like, fill you, and they fill you in a way that's genuine. It's so hard to come across people that are genuine, but we got 3 genuine people right here. So if you're part of these communities, you are in good hands. They're wonderful people, really. What other tips can you guys give for people who are in toxic relationships and are they're struggling with recognizing, they're struggling with getting out, struggling from healing?
I would say some of it is, I mean, obviously what Juliet said, I mean, do some research, and evaluate kind of all the relationships in your life. You know what I mean? When I told my wife I was going to be on this, she was just like, well, you don't have a toxic relationship.
I know my husband.
And I was just like, hey. Well, I was like, first off, how do you know? Like, maybe I feel like, no.
Ooh. Gaslighting.
Ooh.
No, but, it's evaluating all the relationships in your life.
Yes.
It's, you bring up, as far as significant other, but, family relationship, like I brought up, co-workers, friends, and then something I mentioned before we went on here is something I've witnessed is, being on Twitch for, I've only been on here for however long Twitch things, I guess a year and a half, 2 years, something like that. I've been in communities where I feel like I'm witnessing a toxic relationship between the streamer and their community, manipulation, things like this. So, just evaluate all the relationships in your life and kind of do some research, and kind of, it'll open your eyes, to some things. So don't just evaluate the significant other relationship, but evaluate everything. So,
Lemon?
I detox by hermiting myself, and I don't think this is like the greatest, but I think that it's if it's like for long periods of time, maybe not.
Yeah.
But I do believe that if you're not much of an extroverted person, and you need to, digest information and whatnot, it is extremely important to have your like self-care moment. Just don't talk to anyone, disconnect completely. It's okay if you're not on Discord 24/7. It's okay if you leave your phone in another room and don't look at it. It's okay if, now this is something that I've done in the past year for myself. I found it so toxic on Twitter, I just deleted Twitter. And a lot of people ask me why, and it's just every time I would flip through it, it was just consistent like thoughts about from people that were negative, or like I would scroll through the news and then it was toxic again, and it was just useless to me. So
that's such a good one. Protect your phone. Clean up. If you have ended a relationship with a toxic person, get rid of everyone connected to them. Like, don't follow them, mute them, or whatever you need to do. Like, and get off of that negative train. I like that one.
I love the social media one because power of words, my real talk, we talked about that. Gloop, Rain, and Flower and I, we talked about social media and the power of words on social media. And one of the things that I had to do for social media is really go on like an unfollowing spree on Instagram, because I was following all of these people that were unrealistically projecting the life that I wanted so bad that I wasn't able to accept that it was fake, and it was making me feel so shitty about my life. And I was like, just really looking down on everything that I had in my life, and I was thinking to myself, wow, they're X age, and you know, they have a partner who loves them, amazing body, they're making all of this money, they're living the dream, they're traveling, they're doing this, and you just keep idolizing these people that you don't know what's happening in their marriage. You don't know if after that photo shoot they were just like, I fucking hate you, like, get out of my face. You don't know, but you start to see all of these unrealistic projections of what a beautiful life should look like, or a healthy life should look like, and then you look at yours and you're like, my life doesn't look like that. And I had to unfollow people that were posting content that was making me feel uncomfortable. You know, there was a lot of people with like revealing shots of their body, like y'all know Instagram models, men or women, it doesn't matter, or however they choose to identify. So I'm not just targeting women. That kind of constant skin exposure can really mess with your mind. Like, it's just everywhere, and it's so much vulgarity. And I'm not like a prude or anything, but we live in a world in which that kind of content is the norm. But there's nothing normal about constantly seeing every part of someone's body just being thrown at you. Like, every post is just skin and like a close-up of a huge booty and boobs being thrown at you, and like all of that. And it was very unhealthy for me, because it was making me feel weird. Like, why is this all over my feed? And
that person is on a journey. Yeah. That person's on their own, like, they're exploring their own empowerment of their body or whatever. But if it is negatively affecting the way you view yourself or how you feel when you're done looking at it, just cut it out. Like,
exactly.
No fault to them. Just make sure you're not ingesting it constantly, because it's hurting and harming you.
Exactly. And that's what it was doing. So instead of doing what a lot of people do, is like name calling and all of this garbaggio stuff, let them live, bro. Let them do their thing.
Live their life. Yeah.
But I was noticing that it was affecting me, and it was really looking at myself, and I was like, I'm never going to be able to dance like that. I'm never going to be able to look like that. My body does not look like that. And it was just, I was being harmful to myself and hurtful to myself, and I needed to get rid of all of that to be kind to myself. So really cleanse your social media if that's what you need to do, because it really does help. And another thing I want to say is know what your triggers are. So Juliet was talking about, and Daddy Reynolds as well, that they're drawn to the same kinds of people. They know their triggers, so they're more aware of the types of people that they're going to be bringing into their life, and how to address them, how to deal with them, how to catch themselves. And find out what your triggers are also in how you get reeled in and pulled into people. Yes. Mine is very straightforward, and it's really easy.
Are you a cute boy that plays a guitar? Please leave me alone.
Oh, God.
No, put it away, Daddy. Put it away.
He just had it on cue. You mean this guitar?
Oh, this thing?
This whole thing.
Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about.
Know your triggers, because then when people are playing with you, you're more likely to realize that, oh, I know what you're doing, but I'm going to beat you at that. And I'm not going to let myself fall for that. And if you do fall for it, be kind to yourself. We're human.
It's okay.
We want to be loved. We want to be swept off our feet. We want to feel like magic. And some of these piece of shits will make you feel that way. And it's not your fault for falling for it. Just detox, baby. And like, fall for the enemy, right? We want that Disney moment. And it's okay if you fall for it. Just be accountable, accept and understand what happened, where it went wrong, and try your best not to be in that similar situation
again. Write a diary
again.
And read it a year later. The next time you get in a relationship, go back and read what went wrong in your last one and make sure you're protecting yourself.
Did we talk about toxic friendships? Yes, we did, X. Yes, we did.
Welcome, X.
Yeah, hi, X. So that is the conclusion of our talk. Did you guys have any final things that you wanted to talk about before we end it off? Any final notes? Anything that you wanted to say?
One red flag I didn't feel like we went over was a person who, a controlling person will, did we say this already? They try to isolate you. They try to cut you off and encourage you to cut off friends and family and hobbies.
Because they want to be the only source.
They want to be the only, look out for someone who's like, you don't need them. Also look out for someone who validates your negative self-talk. So if you're self-deprecating, if that's just a curse of yours like it is of me, and they don't contradict you and try to build you up, instead they just kind of agree, that is a sign that they will use that later in a gaslighting moment, like, well, aren't you particularly prone to X, Y, and Z? So be careful. They will find you. Don't be self-deprecating is really the answer to this, because they will find you and they will take advantage of it. They will find you. Just saying. Those are the only other notes I had.
Yeah. Also, you made a good point, which reminded me of, wait, what did you just say? You said they'll be
self-deprecation. Just don't do it.
Yes.
People will find. Yeah, they'll listen. They'll hear that as a, oh, this is a like, if you're out and you meet if you're out at a party and you meet someone and they're talking to you and they're charming you, and then you say something, and then they'll test the waters, and they'll say, well, I mean, that eyeshadow's a little much, don't you think? Or they'll say it in a really kind of turned around way. And what they're wanting to know is if you're going to agree with them or not. You'll say, I know, right? I put too much. This is me. That's what I would do. I know, right? I put too much on. I keep trying to wipe it off and get all over my face. And then you have a nice laugh about it.
Girl, if I was there, I'll protect
I'm
you,
not a perfect person.
Joliet. I would protect you.
Make sure you have a squad with you.
Squad up.
You know?
Squad up.
You need a good squad. But that's one of those things that they will try to find out. Watch out for a brand new person that you're meeting.
Yeah.
That's a red flag, that they want to know if they can play with you. If you're going to be willing to accept that you might be wrong, that means they can manipulate you, because you will be wrong later. They will always be right. You will be wrong later, and they'll be able to use you in that way.
Yeah. And going off of that, someone who encourages things that that you find wrong in yourself that you're trying to change. So let's just say I'm unhappy with my body and I want, for fitness reasons, whatever, and I really want to work out. And if they are constantly saying, well, no, like, don't work out, like, you're fine, you look fine, don't worry about it. Or like, let's just cuddle. What about, like, what, you don't love me, you don't want to be with me, you're fine, you don't need to work out, you're always choosing workouts over me, blah 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 blah. Like, you're trying to make a goal in your life and trying to move in a certain direction, and they're not being supportive. And they're making you question, like, am I being so extra about this? Do I actually need to work out? Maybe I don't need to work out. Yeah, I guess I could stay. So you find yourself changing your schedule to meet their needs, but they're basically taking away something that you want to change in your life. Or you know, let's just say you have an alcohol problem and they encourage those habits, and you've told them that, listen, I feel like I lose control when I drink and I'm really trying to get better, can you help me? And they constantly take you to places where alcohol is served. They're constantly saying, like, oh, they can have another drink, no problem. They're taking you with friends that drink, and they're not respecting your boundaries. Boundaries.
Exactly. Jess, you're being too sensitive is gaslighting.
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
All the time.
Yes.
All the time.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
That's something I've heard a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, you need that.
It was just a joke.
Oh,
it was just a joke. That's gaslighting.
Yeah. Yeah. Protect each other, and you need that. Excuse me. What did you say to her? Yeah. I'd be that friend with Joliet to be like, no, actually, I think it looks perfect. I think it looks great. But
I talk to myself that way, and when you reveal that that's a feature of your personality, you are basically putting a target on your back. Ask me how I know.
I know. But that is why it helps to have.
I thought it was so endearing to like hate myself.
Me too. That's how I made friends, to constantly apologize. It's terrible. I would apologize constantly. But
and guess what? Now I'm too afraid to be really ambitious. Now I'm too afraid to show anyone my music. And thank God I found Twitch. You know what I'm saying? I love you guys.
We're happy you found Twitch, Joliet.
Yeah. Definitely.
We are, really. Thank you guys so much. This was such an enlightening conversation. I'm definitely going to have a lot to think about when I go to bed. Do you guys want to end off with anything else before we sign off?
I was going to say, earlier on the intro, say what we're grateful for.
Ooh,
I'll say what I'm
yes.
grateful for now. I'm just grateful. Obviously, we've talked about Twitch things a lot recently,
Yeah.
but I'm grateful that just the whole thing brought me into communities like this,
Hmm.
and brought me like-minded people. And honestly, just kind of I'm just a boy from the South. I can be a little, it can be a little closed-minded around here, so it's nice, just meeting people from all over the world with different life experiences, but the same just value to be good people. And so I'm grateful for my friends as well. So I appreciate y'all. And I appreciate you so much for thinking of me to do this. It's one of those things I've lurked on this and been like, that'd be cool to be a part of it. So you reaching out meant a lot. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
you,
you,
Raven.
for having these talks, for being real, for going to places that people don't want to. I love it when you say and you remind us, remember, someone out there is watching and or listening, or they will, after you highlight this, like months down the road, and this will have an impact on them. What you're going through, even though it's hard to talk about, is going to make a positive impact to other people.
Yeah.
And I love you for that, and I love your
Thank
channel for that,
Yeah.
for this reason.
You do a fantastic job here.
Thank you guys. You're so wonderful, and you guys are really special. I really, really think about who I want on this show because I want it to go smoothly, and I'm looking for a certain vibe with the people, and I'm looking for a certain kind of people. So you guys are really special. Thank you for taking on this very difficult topic. I know we went to some scary places, some places that you guys are still struggling with processing. So thank you for willing to go on that journey with me. Thank you. So I'm going to actually say good night to my guests off screen for like a couple minutes, and then I'll be back to do the wrap, of course, and to wrap up the stream.
And your push-up.
Oh God, yes, my workout.
You got
I gotta do my
so
workout.
many.
Right. I will be doing that. Oh, Daddy Reynolds, thank you so much for gifting that scrumptious sub to Papa Rex. And
And
I
my
had to give it to the other Papa in the house.
and Mike, thank you so much for that resub, guys. Welcome to Team Raven. I hope you enjoyed the emotes, and thank you for choosing to be part of my community. I appreciate it. And no, it will not be push-ups, Mike. I think Lemon thinks I'm freaking super person, but I can only do 8 push-ups. 7.
Oh,
So.
I check your vlogs. Check your vlogs, by the way. Daily vlogs. That's pretty
Oh
a
yeah,
lot.
that's
a
true.
lot.
Yeah.
But it's impressive.
I'm
and
on a
it's beautiful
journey.
to see her grow through her vlogs, even if it's daily.
Thank you.
This is just a snippet of you and your thoughts, but once you dive straight into like a daily, like I pick up my phone, I'm gonna film my thoughts. It's raw. It's beautiful. I love it.
Thank you.
Where is
Lemon.
this? Where can I see this?
YouTube?
Oh, it's on my
Solo
YouTube.
Raven.
And there's some tears sometimes. There's some tough days, but I really wanted to do that for myself and kind of have some place to look back on and be like, huh, there was a time
Thank God for you.
where,
Yeah. For
Thank
someone
you.
who's so like just raw, and again, you put like this is. I just wish there were more people like that.
Thank
This
you
is
so
not
much.
this is not a very specifically designed profile of what my life looks like. You were talking about that earlier about like following accounts that make you feel like you haven't done enough, and you haven't achieved
Yeah.
enough.
Yes.
It's always so perfect, and like, no, it's not. And I just appreciate you for being brave like that. It makes everybody else. I feel this way about Justice Pirate too. I know she's not listening. You're gonna listen to the VOD. She's the same. Like it's like
Yeah, I
someone
agree.
who's 100% real. Like this is what I'm going through, and I'm not ashamed. And what it does is it cultivates that in her community. And the people who follow her. We are all braver because of you guys. So
Yeah.
Thank you guys. That really warms my heart. Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's been rough, but I'm proud of those daily vlogs. So
I'm proud of you.
thank you so much, and thank you all for being here. Really, the conversation just like grew so much more and went on these amazing side conversations and tangents because of all of you. So thank you. I will Tears and laughs, excellent content. Are there laughs? I guess so, a little bit. But yeah, there definitely are tears, I remember. I will be saying bye to my scrumptious guests off screen. I'll see you guys in a little bit. If I'm seeing you later, awesome. If I'm not, also awesome. I hope you have a damn scrumptious night. And once again, thank you for being here. Have a good night, everybody. Bye.
Bye.
Alrighty, guys, I am back. Thank you all for being here. What an amazing conversation we had. Oh my God, like, I'm gonna have so much fun going through this VOD. I mean, yes, we talked about some
damn scrumptious,
deep, heavy, heartfelt, difficult things, but honestly, guys, some of the most important things are the most difficult to talk about. So I am so fortunate to have had the opportunity to really dive deep into these topics with Joliet, Daddy Reynolds, and Lemon. And guess what? That's still just the tip. Like, there's so much more to discuss. So I might do a part 3. Often the most important. Exactly. I'm energized thinking about changes. That's a good feeling. I'm glad. I'm really glad to hear that. So I will, yeah, it really was. That's the thing. Even though it was difficult, it was enjoyable. And I feel like it really just worked out. Like, these 3 guests, I don't think I could have had a better panel for this topic. So I want to once again say thank you to Daddy Reynolds, Joliet and Lemon for being here. And what better way to say thank you to them than by rapping about that? Am I right or am I correct? Yeah, the panel was clean. Thank you, Recon. I'm a bit late on this, but I'm grateful for this show being here in the audience and taking in what is being discussed in not only an eye-opener for me, but the topics discussed really educates me and prepares me if, God forbid, something similar this has been discussed happens to me at one point in my life. Also, discussions are just heaven to my ears. You've done an amazing job with this, Ray. Keep them coming. Thank you, B. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you, Jeremy. It's a great conversation. Hi, Derevco. I'm trying to properly say hello to you guys now. Now that she's gone. Raven is great in that way. Thank you, Slay. Thank you very much. And thank you, Recon. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Lemon. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Come for the show. Stay for the rap. You're gonna be disappointed. I'm just letting you guys know. Yeah, for real, Mike. For real. Ain't that the truth? I'm ready to have my mind blown. Okay, you're ready, Chris? Are you ready? All right, here we go. I'm gonna have to keep it down because my dad is home. This is gonna be my new ringtone. Well, you know, you're really putting on the pressure. Oh my God. Okay. I got this. Yeah. Hidden track. Exactly. Okay, hold on. Okay, ready? Okay. All right. Can you hear this? This not gonna be no disses. Just love on Ravens, real talk. Oh snap, it's my Ravens. This time with you I've been craving. Been looking forward to this all day. Let's have a scrumptious time today. Skippy doo bop, bop bop bop, moo moo bop bop. Skit, scat, diddly doo, and a spooky boogie boogie boo. We had that Ravens real talk today. We talked about some toxic relationships, and then we introduced some guests. No, I was not suited up in a vest. First we had Daddy Reynolds. Then I thought he looked like Ryan Reynolds. But no, I think he's a lot more scrumptious. Yes, I said, this is us. And then we had Lemon, who's my Canadian sister too. She is my boo. Then we had Joliet for coming in making us all want some more. Now I'm gonna end this track. You best believe next week we gonna be back. JK, in 2 weeks we'll be back for Raven's Real Talk. That's it. This makes me feel like I have to up my stream game. Oh, y'all killing me. That was a bit poggers if I do say so myself. I have no idea where that rap went. It was like all over the place, but you know, that's just how my raps go. I can hear this. Woo! We can't agree with you about being disappointed. Best ringtone should get a cell phone sponsorship. That's so funny. We were actually talking about hidden tracks before we started the show. So it was a real thing. Y'all so funny. Y'all make me laugh. Thank you so much for making my night. Thank you for being part of my night. Thank you for being part of this conversation, this very important conversation. I look forward to many more Ravens Real Talks with you guys. And once again, a special thank you to Lemon, to Daddy Reynolds, and to Joliet for being part of this talk. We are now going to spread this good lovin' over to another friend, another scrumptious friend. And this scrumptious friend is going to be, excuse me, we are going to spread this scrumptious lovin' over to, we're gonna spread this good, ooh, RP is streaming? What? It's between RP and Annie Talks. So RP is streaming music, if I'm not mistaken. RP is streaming music, and oops, I lost him. Oh shoot. Oh, Annie is streaming words on stream. What is that? Game night. I don't know what that is, but I'm intrigued. So let's spread this good lovin' over to Annie, and I will paste raid here. Annie Talks. Sure. Hopefully this works. Yes. So thank you so much for mods for putting in those commands. Feel free to copy the raid command if you're a sub, or the other raid command if you are not a sub. Oh, wait, my exercise reps. Hold on. Sorry, I forgot to do my exercise reps. I will do my exercise reps. But yes, feel free to join the Discord as well. We have a lot of fun in there. We have movie nights as well, and you are more than welcome to join in. It's always a beautiful roller coaster with you. Thank you, Lemon. I need an autographed copy of this single. Coming right up, Chris. Coming right up. So let's do our exercise reps. We got to calculate it first. I don't know if anyone was calculating it. We got 10 from Daddy Reynolds. We got 10 from Mike. 70 burp. You need to stop this. You need to stop this, Mike. Okay? No. Oh, I didn't even get to say thank you for those scrumptious Raven bits. Oh, damn. So kind. We got 30 so far, and then that's 50 from Tyler, and then we got a 10-person raid, and we got a 17-person raid, so we'll do that 20. Oh my god. Oh no. Okay, all right. 70 burpees is toxic. I've actually hurt my should last month by doing oh, I believe you. Homegirl can barely do 7 push-ups and you want to see 7 burpees, right? Tell him, Mandy. Tell him. Who they think I am? Chelsea Carter? No, baby, no. Whew. I'm Deathly Hollows. Thank you guys so much for all of those raids, for sharing your community with me, for those resubs and gifted subs. Really appreciate it. Your girl is hella out of shape, so I'm freaking breathless. But thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. I appreciate your support of my channel. And now we are going to raid. Annie Talks Show. We're going to spread this good loving over to her in case any of you are interested. Oh, rip. I don't even know my own commands. You are more than welcome to follow along my journey. The videos Lemon was talking about are on my YouTube channel, and I basically create a video every day in which I talk about my day. I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule. I'm trying to lose weight. I'm trying to build strength. 2 months ago, I couldn't even do one push-up, and I'm up to like 7, 8. So it's pretty amazing seeing progress. It's really rewarding. And I'm also talking about things I'm trying to fix about myself, things I struggle with. So it's a really raw look at my life, and it's primarily to help me out. But it's beautiful that you all watch, whoever chooses to watch my videos, watch and also take away something from those videos. So thank you very much for that. You're more than welcome to join the Discord and chill with us. And as always, I am wishing your heart and your mind and your soul and your spirit and your body peace and happiness. Please choose to be kind to yourself and to others. Stay safe, stay scrumptious, and God willing, I will see you all tomorrow for some community night. We're going to do some Among Us. So take care of yourselves. Good night and Raven out.